Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Court of Nightfall by Karpov Kinraid, narrated by Emily Wu Zeller. Preface. Some say my story began when my parents were murdered. It did not. Others say it began when I died. They are wrong. I remember the pain. The bullet of fire entered my body and moved through me, leaving a trail of burning agony in its wake. I slumped over the crystal box that held the weapon we'd all fought to protect, my blood seeping out of me, staining the opaque quartz. Red. Scarlet. Evie whispered the color of my own name into my ear as I slowly died. My last vision was of that blood, still just gray to me, spreading into the cracks, into the intricate carvings that decorated the encasement. It almost seemed to glow, and I smiled and closed my eyes as the crystals shattered and darkness took me. My story begins long before that, and if the historians take issue, I care not, and neither should you. It's my story. I begin at the start, with the test, with the twins, and what happened to them. Chapter 1. Shades of Grey. Negative. Test me again. The nurse shakes her head. Sorry, Scarlet. I slide off the table, rubbing under my shoulder where she took my blood. The test is wrong. She frowns. Most kids would be grateful. I walk to the door. I'm not most kids. The nurse escorts me to the waiting room, informs my parents of the results, and leaves. My parents sigh and exchange a look. My mom drops down to one knee and hugs me. I know this isn't what you wanted, but... The test is wrong, I say. My dad stares at me for a moment. His voice is soft. Why would you think that, Star? I heal quick. I'm stronger than other girls my age. And I can just tell. It's my body. I can tell. He bows his head. My mom squeezes me tighter. You're healthy. That doesn't make you Zenith. They look tired, so I don't say any more. This day has been hard for everyone. My mom sighs. Why don't you go play outside while we fill out paperwork? I shrug and walk out the doors, passing posters of Zeniths stolen from their homes. A little girl with big eyes and a sad smile stares back at me from the e-screen in front of the office. She's out there somewhere. They all are. And it's no mystery who took them. It was Apex, he who runs the self-named group, the Apex, that traffics Zeniths for profit. But no one cares, so it will just keep happening. I understand why my parents are relieved. I just wish they understood why I'm not. Kids squint at me from the playground, checking if I was tagged. When they don't see anything new on my ear, they turn back to their play. One boy dives headfirst down the slide. It's red, with cracks in the thick plastic. I asked my dad the color once. I don't know what red looks like, but it's my favorite color. I turn away and run the dirt track around the school. Dust flies up around me. I build speed and jump, glancing at the gray sky, imagining I can fly. Not with an airplane, but with wings. I wish for them, but I don't tell anyone. You don't dream of flying, not if you want to live. There is war. You can hear it in the sobs of a mother weeping for her daughter. You can taste it in the rationed food and smell it on your tattered clothes. You can see it in the empty houses and roads and faces. You can feel it inside. I'm a child, so people assume I know little of such things. But when you are young and free and happy, pain stands out all the more. I'm too little to fight, so I spend my days playing and planning. I plan to end the suffering. Why don't the Nephilim give up? I ask, sitting on the swing, making patterns in the gravel with my foot. They'll never conquer the world. It's a stupid plan. It's not about that, says Jax. He sits on the swing next to mine, his shirt dark and his pants darker. I can't see the colors. I never have. But I imagine Jax is wearing blue. I hear it's a calm color, and I find Jax calming. The sky is dark and cloudy. The rusty carousel we used to play on creaks in the wind. 2 boys sit by a nearby anthill, poking at it with sticks as they laugh. So many of the children are gone. Jax leans closer and lowers his voice. One night, I heard my dad yelling at the E-screen. He said the Nephilim were fighting for their rights. He said all the news was a sham. I think he'd been drinking. I cringe. My parents let me try wine last New Year's. The taste still disgusts me. But I noticed something about my parents that night. They answered all of my questions. Sometimes drunk people are more honest. Maybe your father's right. Maybe we should give the Nephilim rights. He shakes his head, his hair falling in his eyes. It's not so simple. No, but it can be. I finish a circle in the gravel. One day, I'll leave the kingdom of sky, and I'll train to be a knight. Jax sighs. If we had the right families. I'll join a domus first and work my way up the ranks, gain patronage, gain a patrician family. Then I'll apply to be an initiate. It's been done before. Jax grins. Then I'll join you. We'll be Jax the Courageous and Scarlet the Clever. I giggle at my title. I only wish I understood my name better. Scarlet. I've tried to imagine the color, only to learn imagining a new color is impossible. People tell me it's fiery and fierce. I like that. Jack looks over to the sand pit where a girl builds a castle. I've seen her around the playground and the park. We've spoken twice, both times about how to build proper fortifications. Her name's Brooke. Poor girl, says Jax, his eyes distant. What do you mean? I ask. And then I see it. The tag in her ear. She tested Zenith. The 2 boys notice the tag too. The big one frowns and spits on the anthill. He nudges the small one, and they approach Brooke. She doesn't notice them. They kick her castle down. Hey! She yells, standing, her hands balled in fists. The big one shoves her back. Get lost, Zenith scum, he says. Get lost, biter, says the small one. They pick on her because she is different. I've been different all my life. When people speak of colors, I speak of shades. It makes me no worse. They think this girl is weak and alone. They are wrong. I jump off my swing. I walk up behind them. My parents tell me to approach things peacefully, but bullies aren't peaceful. They understand one thing. So I pick up a rock and throw it at the big one's head. The collision with his skull is nearly silent, but the boy is not. He yells and collapses, grabbing at his bloody hair. His eyes are foggy. The small one backs away. The big one climbs to his knees. Stupid Zenith lover! My big brother knows how to deal with you. He'll find you. Jax walks up beside me. He's 3 years older and almost as big as the bully. I palm another stone. We say nothing. The bullies exchange looks. Then the small one helps the big one up, and they walk away. My brother will hear about you biters, yells the big one. Fine. Let him tell others what I've done. This world likes violence and winning. and I'm good at both. "Are you okay?" I ask. The girl in front of us is tiny, my age but shorter, more petite. She brushes a strand of hair off her face and shrugs. "Yeah, thanks." "Brooke, what happened?" Another girl runs up to us. "Nothing. It's fine, Ella." Brooke turns to us. "I'm Brooke. This is my twin, Ella. Who are you?" They look a lot alike, both dark-haired with almond-shaped eyes and skin a few shades darker than my paleness. But where Brooke is unremarkable, someone who would blend into the crowd if not for how small she is, Ella would never blend in. She's got the face of a pixie, with big eyes and full lips and a dimple in her cheek. She's beautiful. "I'm Scarlet. This is Jax." We all awkwardly shake hands. They are both tagged. We aren't. If any of the teachers saw us, they would separate us. But I don't care. I don't go to this school. I'm only here for the testing. They can take their segregation and discrimination and eat it. "Do you want to play together?" I ask. Brooke raises an eyebrow. "Really?" Jax smiles. "Why not?" We sit in the sand with them and begin building a castle. Brooke and Ella exchange a glance, then sit with us. Our hands dip into the cool sand and we pack it into shapes as our creation comes to life. "Do you go to school here?" I ask, to break the silence. Brooke nods. "Yes." I smile. "We're homeschooled." Brooke looks up at us. "Are you brother and sister?" I blush, but I don't know why. "No, but we might as well be." "We've grown up together," Jack says with a grin. "I was there when Star was born." We fall into silence after that, building our castle bigger and bigger. The twins occasionally exchange glances, and I wonder if they have a secret language like me and Jax, a way to communicate so others don't know. I'm trying to add a tower to the castle when my sand collapses. "Again?" Jax chuckles, tracing out a detailed window with the stick. "That's what happens when you don't plan out the foundation." We once competed in a wood-carving competition. He built a palace with miniature knights. I built a house, though a lot of people mistook it for a rock. Brooke grins and looks at Ella. "Be careful," says Ella. Brooke nods, then looks back at me. "Let me help." She holds her hand over the castle, and the air buzzes. The sand comes together and floats. With care, she moves her hand until the sand is packed into a tower. "You're a graver," I say. "That's awesome." Brooke smiles, but it slips from her face a moment later. "No one else would think so." "They would, and they would be envious, and they would never admit it." "Are you envious?" she asks. I pause. I try not to be. Brooke bows her head, her eyes glistening. I reach over and pat her hand. "There's nothing wrong with you. The problem is with them." "How old are you?" Brooke asks me. "I'm 9. Brooke squints her eyes at me. "You don't sound like a normal 9-year-old. Jax laughs. "She's not. I keep trying to figure out how she got so smart. I can only assume it's the great company she keeps." He nudges me playfully and I laugh with him. But inside I too wonder why I'm so different. I don't think like others, or respond like others my age, or even older. It's why I don't really have any friends other than Jax. The twins look at us strangely. I don't know what more to say on the subject of my oddity, so I turn to Ella. "What can you do?" I ask, wanting to compliment her on her abilities as well. Ella blinks a few times. "Notice my eyes?" I squint. "What about them?" Jax sighs. "Star's colorblind. She can't tell the difference." "Oh," says Ella, playing with her hands sheepishly. I can change the color of my eyes. I'm a dud. I shake my head. You may be listed as a dud in the system, I say, pointing to the building we came out of. But that doesn't mean your abilities are useless. My mom is always trying to match her outfits to her eye color. You'll never have to worry about that. After a moment, Ella smiles. My parents emerge from the school, ready to go, but I ask if Jax and I can walk Brooke and Ella home instead. My mother glances at the tags on the girls' ears. "Where are your parents?" she asks. "Home," says Brooke. "They knew we'd test positive." My mom sighs, her lips in a tight line. My dad puts a hand on her shoulder. He looks at Jax and me. "Walk them home," he says. We pass 2 people on the way. One sneers. The other takes one glance and imagines we don't exist. It takes 5 minutes to get to their house. On the porch, I ask if we can visit. Ella turns stiff, but only for a second. "Maybe," says Brooke. "I'll ask our mom. Thank you for—" There's a thud, like someone walking into a table, and a man in a loose tank top opens the door. His gray beard is uneven, and he smells like alcohol. He points at me with a beer bottle. "Who are you?" "Scarlet. This is Jax." "You bothering my kids?" "No, we're friends." He smirks like he doesn't believe me. "Brooke, Ella, come inside. You have chores to catch up on." "Yes, Dad," says Brooke. The twins enter the house, and, with a swig of his beer, their dad slams the door shut in front of me. I sigh, hoping he treats his daughters with more manners than he treated me. We walk down the porch, and I notice a mark below one of their windows. They must not have seen it yet, for they would have removed it. I clench my fists, wondering who painted the black A. Someone knows Zeniths live here. Someone wants them gone. On the way home, we pass a gated community, a Zenith free sign on the door. Old posters of a knight in silver armor cover the light posts. The text underneath reads, "Zenith? Then we want you. Fight for the orders." A figure cloaked in black with a mask of white is spray-painted on a wall. The words Nox Aeterna are written next to him in thick, spiky text. The graffiti is of Nyx, leader of the Nephilim, the one they consider a saint, maybe even a god. The boy who painted it was captured and executed 2 days ago. I saw it on the news. I stop and stare at the painting, surprised no one has removed it yet. Jax looks at me. "I know what you're thinking," he says with a frown. "What am I thinking?" I ask with a challenge in my voice. "Dangerous thoughts." "It's not dangerous to dream," I tell him. "When those dreams involve flying with Nephilim, it is." I've never told Jax about my secret dreams to fly with the Nephilim, but he knows me too well. He always has. I scowl at him. "You don't know anything about it, Jackson Lux." He grins and nudges me. "You can't hide yourself from me, Scarlet Knight. I see you." I ignore him and keep walking. He just chuckles and catches up with me in long strides. We pass the small church. The grass around it is dead. I attend, but only when it's mandatory. I respect the religion, the values, but the priest preaches more. He speaks of fallen angels and how they had children with man, how those children, Nephilim, are our enemy, and how if you are Zenith, then your ancestors bred with Nephilim, and your bloodline has sinned, and you are sinful, and you must repent every day of your life. I do not believe people should be held accountable for the mistakes of others. Even if the angels who fell were cruel and deadly, why does it make all their children so? Every year, the priest reminds us that we used to be 3 estates, plebeian, patrician, and clergy. It was only plebeians, like me, who chose to mate with angels. They created the sinful zeniths, and now we are 4 estates. It is why patricians rule, he says, because they remained pure. I focus back on the present as Jax and I turn the corner. A street bot, which looks like a large ball on wheels, hums and beeps irregularly. The robot strikes the curb over and over, stuck until its battery dies. Years ago, a maintenance crew would have fixed the issue in a few hours. Now, no one will come. I grab the street bot and turn it around, and it rolls down the road, on track once again. Jack stands beside me, staring ahead. It won't get any cleaning done. Its dusters are jammed. I know. It just seemed wrong to leave it that way. What way? Stuck in a life it wasn't meant for, I say softly. He nods, and we watch the robot disappear into the sunset. We arrive at a sprawling farmhouse with a chipped roof. Faded paint peels in the corners, and the front porch creaks. But it's home. It's where I was born, and it fills me with a kind of peace. A small tree grows in our front yard, shifting in the wind. I pat the dirt, freshly watered, and check the strength of its branches. They're strong. My dad and I planted the tree a few months ago. He let me pick, and I picked a weeping willow. They remind me of the maidens in old tales. It grows darker, and Jax and I walk inside. My mom and dad sit together on the couch, watching the e-screen. There is an image of a man in shackles. There is a crowd around him, throwing stones and food. They scream for blood. The e-screen turns black. My dad holds the remote. He smiles. How was the walk? Long, I say. What are you watching? Boring grown-up stuff. You know how we are. He chuckles and stands. Hey, how about you and I go flying? I know this is a distraction, but it's a good one. I nod. Jax faces my mom. Anything I can help with? He asks. There are some dishes left. Without hesitation, he marches into the kitchen. I hear the tap water start. Jax always helps around the house, and he stays here most nights. His father doesn't seem to mind. He and Jax don't get along. I follow my dad outside, to the small runway behind our house. He hands me a clipboard with the pre-flight checklist. Want to help me out? I take it from him and focus on checking the engines and gas. My palm flattens against the cool steel of the plane, and I close my eyes, imagining the flight, the feeling of weightlessness as the air currents propel me into the endless sky. I work in a daze, and when I'm done, a large hand lands on my shoulder. Strong, warm, comforting. I look up at my dad. Ready? I climb in next to him, my heart beating harder in my chest as my body prepares to surrender to the shift in gravity. My dad turns on the engine, and the seat rumbles beneath me. We drive down the strip and become airborne. My stomach drops and my heart stammers, but as we drift higher amongst the clouds, my breathing slows. Here, up in the sky, I am at ease. I grin out the window and try to imagine what a blue horizon would look like. Though the sun is setting now. There would be reds and oranges then, not blue. It's hard to remember how things change in colors. For me, it's only shifting shades of gray. I watch our house fade into the distance. When I grow up, I say, I'm going to be the best pilot the world has ever seen. My dad glances over at me, his smile briefly wilting. You have lots of time to figure that stuff out, Star. No need to rush. He doesn't understand, but he will someday. I know the course of my life. and nothing will change me. That night, while Jax watches movies in the basement, my parents sit me down, and my mom hands me a cup of hot chocolate. It's her way of asking forgiveness for what's about to happen. "What's wrong?" I ask. My parents share a look and a frown.
"Nothing," my dad says. "Everything is fine, but we wanted to talk to you about your future."
I relax into the kitchen chair and smile. We've had similar talks before. They said I shouldn't go into a Teutonic domus with my heart set on being a pilot. I said I'd consider their opinion. They exchange that parental glance that's endearing and annoying at the same time. They're wordless communications that I envy. My mom presses her lips together in a line.
"So you want to be a pilot?"
I nod and sip the hot drink. "That's the plan."
"Star, there are requirements for getting into that program, for even getting a pilot's license. Physical requirements."
I look between them, confused. I'm healthy, strong, and when I'm older...
"There's a vision test," my dad says.
My heart flutters in my chest. I can see just fine.
"Star."
My vision is 20/20. Better, even.
"Star."
It doesn't matter that I can't see color. My mom sighs and takes my hand. I know what she wants to say, and I don't want to hear it. She must know it too, because she smiles.
"Maybe they'll change the rules by the time you're older. But..."
She raises a finger before I can interrupt.
"But you should have another plan."
I swallow the rock in my throat. I don't show emotion in my voice. "I'll consider your opinion." They nod. I leave my half-finished hot chocolate on the table. Then I stand and run upstairs and slam my door. I fall into my bed and weep. My parents think they can control my path. They are wrong. I grab my laptop. The airplane sticker on the cover is half torn. I tear off what remains. Then I search for the video my parents wouldn't let me see. It's not available publicly online yet, but that's not a problem. My mom got me hooked on computers as a kid. When I could barely walk, I was already learning to type. A year ago, Jax declared me the world's best hacker. I find the video and play it. A man, handcuffed, is escorted down a street by another man dressed in long robes. People gather around, gawking. I hear someone twist the handle on my door, and I click the power button to shut down the video before they come in.
"What were you just watching?"
my mom asks. I shrug, playing it cool. "Just something I found online. It's..." She sits down next to me on my bed.
"Scarlett, are you lying right now?"
I debate whether to keep lying, but my mom would know. She always knows. "Yes," I say, shoulders slumping. She smiles gently.
"Then let's try again. What were you just watching?"
"The newsreel you wouldn't let me see. I hacked the news network." I glance up at her to gauge her level of mad, but she's suppressing a grin.
"Why?"
"Because you wouldn't let me watch it. Zeniths are being mistreated, and people need to do something. I need to do something."
"What do you intend to do?"
she asks, still curious more than anything. I think about it, glad I'm not in trouble. Yet. Well, I haven't settled on a plan. With some time, I could hack the Inquisition security system. She shifts on the bed to look at me better.
"If you do, they will find you."
"I could cover my tracks." She tilts her head, a long curl coming undone from her clip and falling over her shoulder.
"Some of them. But, Star, understand that other people have been at this for far longer than you. Whatever you can do right now, no matter how amazing, Inquisition security can do much better. I fold my arms across my chest, knowing I probably look like a pouty kid, but not caring. But I have to do something. She smiles again, her eyes crinkling. You can keep practicing. Practicing doesn't change anything, I say, dropping my chin to my chest as feelings of impotence and frustration build in me. My mom is still for a moment, her eyes distant, reflective, before she focuses on me again. Come with me, she says. I want to show you something. She stands and leaves the room, walking downstairs. I hurry to follow. What? The video I didn't let you watch, she says over her shoulder. The e-screen in our living room covers nearly the entire wall in a gray reflective material. With it, we can access networks or play videos sent via satellite signal from an e-glass. My parents both own one. I have one on my Christmas list. My mom clicks her e-glass and a video appears. A man is tied to a beam on a wooden platform surrounded by hay. People circle him, throwing food, stones, rotten vegetables, calling him names and sneering. Another man dressed in a cloak walks forward holding a torch, speaking to the crowd, but the people are too loud to hear the Inquisitor's words. That man on trial was a hacker, my mom says. He wiped multiple Inquisition bank accounts. They found him a day later. I feel a small surge of pride for what he did. He must have really messed them up. My mom sits on the couch, and I join her as she asks, Do you think those accounts mattered? I imagine they would. Money's important, right? But I think about it more and realize the Inquisition isn't hurting for money, are they? They can always get more. My mom nods. Well, I say, at least he showed people they could fight back. Did he? My mom asks. Or did he simply become another example of the Inquisition's power? I look back up at the video just as the Inquisitor sets the torch to the haystack. As the hacker begins to burn, his cries mixing with the cheers of the crowd, my mom shuts off the video and sets the display to a serene mountain scene. She turns to me and reaches for my hand, squeezing. My star, one day, when you're older, you'll make a difference. A real difference. But you need to be ready. Hone your skills. And, she ruffles my hair, try to avoid stupid mistakes. She stands and walks toward the kitchen, and I slump in the couch, depressed. All of my practicing was for nothing. I don't want to end up like that guy in the video. I guess I'll stop hacking then, I announce to the world in all my despondent preteen angst. My mom turns back, a mischievous grin forming on her face. I didn't say to stop, she says, winking. I just said to be careful. Chapter 2. Mirrodin. I have always been a creature of knowledge. When the other children drew flowers in the sand, I drew plans for war. When they stared at clouds and gave them names, I studied the wind and predicted the weather. When they did as their parents asked, because their parents said they knew best, I asked my parents why and how, and they did their best to explain, though even they said there were things a child should not hear. I did not understand why they said it. To me, knowledge was power, and I wondered if that was why adults kept it from children, why patricians kept it from plebeians. Those with knowledge controlled those without, and I would not be controlled. If you were to ask me what I think now, I would tell you this. I still think knowledge is power, but I no longer think that power is always good. When I was a child, I snatched up information wherever I could. From Jax, I learned building and carving. From Ella,
I learned how to knit and mend cloth. I learned to fly from my father, and from my mother I learned the workings of computers and code. But it is Mirden who taught me how to wage war. In the end, I suppose, many will wish he had not taught me at all. It's a weekend, and I have no schooling, so I asked Jax if he'd like to go downtown. He would, he says, but he needs to help his dad fix the lawnmower. So I go alone. It's market day, and I'm sure to find something more interesting than watching grass grow in my backyard. Crisp, cool air mingles with the scent of ripe apples, and turned leaves dust a vibrant pattern over walkways and stone paths. It's the kind of day a girl like me could get lost in. Even in gray the world comes alive, awash with the smell and nip on my cheeks, filled with anticipation. I'm crunching an apple, licking the sweet juice off my fingers as I walk through the market. Farmers and crafters gather here to sell their wares. A juggler throws flaming sticks into the air while blindfolded. Children play four orders in nearby fields, or sometimes right through the crowd of annoyed adults. It's a mostly plebeian crowd. The Pats have their own events, though it's not completely uncommon to see a few here and there even still. They often pop over to handle business or pick up something they can't find in their private world. Typically items requiring a skilled zenith. Those are usually sold on the black market, my dad once explained. I found it instantly fascinating, of course, this dichotomy of humans who in one breath demonize and dehumanize an entire segment of the population who are not as they, while in the other breath coveting them and what they can do. Is it truly so difficult for people to live in honor of themselves and their own truths? I toss the core of my apple into a compost bin when I catch the eye of an old storyteller spinning a tale of war. He sits on the back of his carriage, pulled out into a small stage. At the front stands a glorious white buck with long white antlers. His carriage is draped in leather tied with rope and painted in shades of dark and light, like a night sky. "Come closer," the old man says, with large gestures of his arms. He's a white-haired man who has lived a long life, a hard life. He wears the proof on his skin, in deep grooves and fading scars. But his eyes, they are bright and sharp, and he knows how to wag his tongue. "Come and hear the tale of the great Juliana and the Templars. Come and hear the rise of the Four Orders. Listen now, for our tale begins before Juliana, before the Knights. It begins at the start of all things." This is a story we've all heard, a tale we all know, and the crowd responds to its part. "The Cataclysm!" The old man smiles, pleased with his star pupils. "Yes, the Cataclysm. It was then that the world was torn asunder. It was then that history was erased and mankind broken. A few of us remained, and we began to rebuild. But we were not alone." "The Nephilim!" the voices say as one. Yes, the Nephilim too survived. And they enslaved what remained of our people. They clad us in chains and forced us to build temples. They beat us and used our blood to feed. They made us less than men. But the crowd's voice is louder now, as fists are raised into the air. "They did not break us!" The storyteller stands, opening his arms to pull us all into his tale. 100 years passed. Then, in the deep shadow of night, at the base of the Silver Mountain, a child was born, and her name was Juliana.
Children in the crowd whisper in excited tones.
She grew up a slave, doing as the Nephilim told her to do. She married the man she loved, a blacksmith, and she lived a simple life. Then, one day, her husband displeased his Nephilim master, and so the monster killed his slave. It was then that Juliana picked up her husband's hammer and, with it, struck down the one who killed her love. It was the first time in 100 years that a human killed a Nephilim. It was the first time we won.
"It would not be the last!" the crowd calls. The old man continues, leaning heavily on a thick wooden walking stick.
Juliana gathered supporters, and, together, they began a rebellion. They took one city after another, liberating all those within. Juliana resurrected the 4 orders: Templar, Teutonic, Hospitaller, and Inquisition. She freed the people and created a truce between man and Nephilim. But the truce didn't last.
One man cries out, "Because of Nyx!"
Yes. Long after Juliana passed away, a Nephilim called Nyx decided to overthrow the Twilight Queen and wage war on humanity. It is him we fight now, and we shall be victorious!
The crowd whistles and shouts, and people file by the storyteller, dropping coins and flowers in his basket. I stand to the side, in the shadows, watching. As the last of the crowd disappears around the bend, the old man pulls in the stage, grabs a bag from the back and hops out, locking up the carriage and turning to walk towards an alley. He glances around, as if to make sure no one is watching him. I want to know what he knows of the war, but I also want to know where he's going, so I follow him in the shadows, hiding behind houses, staying out of sight, as he takes a bit of food out of his pack and lays it out. No fewer than 20 cats appear, frantic for their share. He stands there a moment, petting them, letting them rub up against his legs, when 2 Inquisition officers flank him, holding their batons.
"What have we here?"
the tall one to his right says.
"Looks like a plea breaking the law,"
the short one replies. I can hear my heart in my head, thumping like a ball on the ground. The tall one takes his baton and rams it into the old man's gut. A cat throws itself at the officer's legs, only to be kicked away. I have to bite my knuckles to keep from screaming. I can't have the officers see me.
Regulation 442.3 specifically states that plebeian citizens are forbidden from distributing foods of any kind to animals or humans in a public manner,
the short one says, holding his baton in the air. My eyes are glued to the old man, in dread anticipation of seeing his skull cracked open. The officer strikes, and the old man blocks with his walking stick. In a flash, he spins around, his long white robes swirling as he wields his stick like a knight on the e-screens. He strikes the officer in the shoulder, then arm, then gut, then foot. My eyes can barely keep up. One more hit to the head, and the officer falls unconscious. The old man turns and growls.
"Get out! Keep your mouth shut, and I will forget this happened. Take this pile of biter rot with you."
He kicks the tall man's body. The officer grabs his buddy with shaking hands and pulls him away. "You're one of them, aren't you?" He doesn't wait for a response as he leaves the alley.
The old man checks on the injured cat. She's whimpering and not walking on her leg, so he picks her up and bundles her in his jacket, then limps back to his cart. I wait until he climbs in and settles the cat into a comfortable bed, and then sets her leg. She meows, but he gives her an herb of some kind wrapped in cheese, and she settles down, half sleeping as he wraps her leg in a tiny brace. Once he has put away his supplies, I knock boldly, feigning more confidence than I feel. He turns his head and sees me standing outside the back of his carriage.
"What do you want?"
he asks gruffly. "First, I want you to invite me in. Then, I want to know how you learned to fight like that."
"I don't know what you're talking about, girl. Go away now."
I take a deep breath and climb into the back of his carriage. It's now or never, I tell myself over and over again. I pause for a moment, looking around. It's a tall carriage, large enough to stand, and it's lined with bookshelves that house hundreds and hundreds of books. I can't help myself as my hand reaches out to them. So many ideas, so much knowledge. Then, I remember why I'm there and turn to him. "Before you send me away, hear me out." He stares at me a long time before sighing.
"What are you doing here?"
"Teach me to fight like that. Please. It's important."
He guffaws. "Why? You want to be a knight like in legends? A hero for the ages? The next Juliana?"
"Yes," I say honestly.
"You're like all the rest. Stupid and ignorant as biter bait. Young girl wanting to be something she's not. Thinking knights are so amazing. So lovely."
"No, I don't think they are amazing or lovely or heroes," I say. "I think the system is wrong. It's corrupt. And if I were a knight, I'd change it. Fix it from within to be what it was meant to be, not what it's become." He tilts his head, staring at me for too many breaths to count, though I was hardly breathing at all.
"Get out of here. I'm tired."
My shoulders slump forward. It was worth a try. I crawl out of the back of his carriage and walk away.
"Girl!"
I turn back.
"Come back tomorrow at sunrise. Then we will train."
It's an hour before dawn when I wake from the sound of the rain. I dress quietly and pull on my raincoat and rain boots. I leave my parents a note that I went to town. Then I grab a biscuit to eat on my walk to the storyteller's carriage. I'm ready for sword training, combat maneuvers, hand-to-hand grappling. I get sitting. I've been in this position, legs crossed over each other, spine straight, for the last 3 hours. My stomach has long since used up that one biscuit, and it makes its protest known loudly in the silence. "This isn't working," I say, opening my eyes.
"Because you're not focusing,"
the storyteller says. When I arrived, he told me to sit. I asked him what we would be doing. He said learning to think. I asked his name. He said it didn't matter what his name was. I introduced myself, and he finally confessed his name to be Mirden.
"Not that it matters a bit."
And then I sat, and now still I sit as he talks.
"The method of loci will give you the greatest gift anyone could have. The ability to remember, to think critically, to plan and strategize with all the information you need accessible in your mind. Now, let's try it again. Close your eyes and imagine your house. In each room, place one of the Latin phrases I wrote down, visualizing it not just as a word, but as a real thing."
I work another hour at this visualization. I'm not allowed a break until I can recite from memory the 10 phrases he gave me.
"About time," he says when I finish.
I cross my arms over my chest. That was hard. Not many people can remember 10 obscure Latin phrases in one day.
"Before I'm through with you, you'll be able to recite 100 without stress."
I laugh. That's impossible. But now I want it. I want a mind that could do that. He tears off bread from his loaf and hands it to me, then sets out cheese, fruit, and meat for us. As I eat, he asks me how exactly I plan to become a knight. I'm going to be a pilot, get the attention of a wealthy Pat family, get adopted. He wipes his mouth with his sleeve.
"That's a pretty ambitious plan. For a colorblind girl, especially."
I look up in surprise. How did you know I was colorblind?
"When I mentioned the red curtains, your eyes didn't flick to them. There are 3 sets of curtains in here, each different colors, and you didn't know which ones were red. And when I asked you to bring me the blue book, but pointed to the green, you brought the green."
I shrug, impressed despite myself, but determined not to show it. Doesn't matter. They have surgeries to fix it. I can save up. Go to one of those places. The black market. They have everything there.
"Careful, girl. Those aren't people you want to mess with, unless you fancy having your eyes plucked out and sold to collectors."
I shiver. That happens?
That and more.
I've lost my appetite, and I place the slab of meat I was about to bite into back on my plate. Well, there will be other options. I'll find a way. He tilts his head.
"I actually think you might, girl. You just might surprise us all. So best not waste your potential. Back to your spot. I've got 15 new Latin phrases just for you."
The sun is high in the sky, a big burning ball of fire that stands between us and an ice age that would destroy life on our planet. It's a delicate balance, this business of staying alive. So many tiny adjustments, unseen and unknown, keep us on the brink of extinction without tossing us over. We almost fell over that edge during the time of the Cataclysm in the Age of Juliana. Now we know we can survive anything. Well, almost anything. Boring almost summer days are sometimes hard to endure. I pump my legs, kicking the porch swing forward as Jax walks up to my house.
"So, what have you been up to?"
he asks. I sigh and stare at my shoes. They used to be white, but too much running around playing has left them a dirty gray. Nothing. Sorry, I should have said, where have you been sneaking to in the mornings? You noticed, huh? He chuckles. Come on, tell me. I smile, a very not boring idea entering my mind. Let's get Brooke and Ella. We shout to my mom that we're going to the neighbors and then run off, kicking up dust as we do. It becomes a race, but Jax is too fast and always wins. I try to be a gracious loser as we approach their property. There's a broken-down car collecting dust, and spiderwebs by the side of the small house. The paint that used to be bright is now so faded and cracked it looks like vomit. Jax knocks 3 times with sharp knuckles, and we wait. Brooke comes to the door first, her small face peeking out. When she sees us, she smiles. Jax! Scarlet! What are you doing here? You want to do something fun? I ask. I suddenly feel a bit shy and I look back down at my sneakers. Brooke hollers for Ella, and their mother comes to the door, opening it wider. The smell of liquor and cigarettes assaults me and I try not to cough. Their mother doesn't look anything like my mother, who is young and pretty with big eyes and a wide smile. Their mother looks much older, though she probably isn't. Her skin looks stretched too tightly over her cheekbones, like a skeleton that tried on someone else's skin and found it didn't fit right. Her eyes are big, but in a haunted, empty way. Her face looks lost, forgotten, a fading memory of a life once lived.
"You came to invite my girls to play?" she asks, a hint of incredulity in her voice. Jax nods. "Yes, Mrs.
Conray,"
finishes Brooke. Mrs. Conray smiles, her stained, broken teeth showing through her parted lips. "Of course. But are you sure? They're—" She pauses.
"Zeniths. We know. We still want them to come play," I say. There's no point in feigning ignorance. We all know it's uncommon and frowned upon for purebloods to associate with Zeniths. I don't care.
"And your parents don't mind?" she asks, still blocking the door from Ella and Brooke, who are behind her, bouncing up and down in their excitement to leave.
"No, they don't,"
I say, wanting this conversation over. Their mom steps aside, half a cigarette dangling from her right hand, the ash hanging precariously from the end. I watch it, fascinated, to see if it falls to their carpet, but it hangs on with admirable tenacity. I find myself rooting for that bit of ash, that it can hang on against the odds. Ella and Brooke walk with us back to my house. Ella is quiet, trailing a step or two behind. Brooke keeps up a steady stream of words, talking about how they will be changing schools this fall since they tested positive.
"They send a special bus that carts all us plebes ends to a whole different city for school,"
she says, her nose crinkling in disgust.
"They could at least have Zen schools in every city if they're going to segregate us like we're biters."
"I've never even been to a plebeian school," I say. "Do you think the Zenith schools will be terribly different?" Ella is silent, letting Brooke speak for them both.
"Course it will be. The only thing worse than a plebe is a Zen. Seems so unfair that Pats get everything. Pure blood, money, power. While we get what? A slight chance at hopefully getting into a domus and becoming a slave to the orders? And only if you don't test as Zen. Once you're Zen, it's over.
We will never amount to anything now." I suck in my breath, struck by her bleak words. But she's right. Unless you're born royal into the patrician class, you can't become a knight. But plebeians can apply to join a domus and rise in the ranks slowly that way. Unless they test positive as a zenith. There are no options for zeniths but menial labor and poverty. As we near my secret destination, the conversation shifts to the Fortuna Festival in a few months. It's the highlight of summer. Ella finally speaks.
"I've heard it's amazing."
I smile.
"It is. The Queen and other royals will be there, and everyone is dressed so fancy. There's lots of yummy treats, and they even share with the lower classes. You should go this year."
Brooke frowns.
"Our parents never go."
"Come with us," I say, hoping my parents won't mind. "It'll be fun." They smile, and we arrive at the wagon. I knock on the door. Mirrodin pokes his head out, his bushy gray hair a mess.
"What? Who is— Oh, it's you. We already had a lesson today, girl."
I gesture at my company. "These are my friends. They'd like to train too." Mirrodin rolls his eyes.
"So you're all going to be knights? Is that the plan?"
Jax nods, his eyes filling with excitement. The old man sighs.
"Oh, by the orders. You, boy, help fetch a ball and 2 nets."
"I have some at my house." Jax runs off. Ella pulls on my sleeve.
"Who is he?"
"A friend," I whisper. "You can trust him." She nods, and after a few minutes, Jax returns with the supplies. He hands me a net, and we set them up on opposite sides of the yard, facing each other. They're big enough to catch a ball the size of a half loaf of bread, but small enough to be guarded by one player if needed. "So, what are we doing?" I ask.
Mirrodin pulls out the feed for his buck and walks around to the front of the wagon, his robes dragging on the grass.
You ever play orders?
Of course. Every kid has played orders.
That's what you're doing.
I groan. That's not training. Mirrodin pauses, then pulls something from his robes. He holds up a shiny pin carved to look like a leaf.
Got this from a stuck-up knight, I did. Winner gets the bloody pin.
Jax grabs the ball. I call Teutonic. I'm Inquisition, Brooke says, yanking the ball from him. I look to Ella. What would you like to be? I ask. She smiles shyly. Hospitaller. I nod. Ella and I will be a team, and Jax, you and Brooke can be one. I want to be Teutonic as well. Mirrodin chuckles.
Sorry, girl. You have to be Templar. You need one of each order.
While that's technically true, I've seen it played without a Templar. But I sigh and go along. Ella and I meet near our net. Okay, we need a plan. Jax is really good at this game, I say. Ella shrugs. So is Brooke. Jax will be able to freeze us with a touch, and Brooke can throw us in jail. That makes them dangerous. We don't have active talents, but you're at least immune to freezing and can unfreeze me if I get tagged. And if one of us gets thrown in jail, I can break us out. We have to play offensively and protect our net until we have a good shot at getting the ball in theirs. Sound good? Ella nods meekly, and I worry our chances are not strong. And I don't like losing. Despite our best efforts, we are not able to keep up with Jax and Brooke. They are fast and coordinated, moving through us, freezing and jailing us faster than we can unfreeze and free each other. They score 3 points before we even score 1. The game will be over when the first team reaches 10. I attempt to score, but the ball rolls past their net and stops at Mirrodin's feet. He picks it up and smiles at me, waving me over. I jog to stand by him, my face reflecting my grumpy disposition.
Why the long face, girl?
This game sucks blood, I say, hoping to shock him with my vulgarity. He just laughs.
Why's that?
The Templars never do anything. I can help, but I don't get to fight like Teutonics or even like Inquisitors. Templars are weak. He kneels down to face me, eye to eye.
That's a strange idea of what strength is. A Templar isn't going to be the brute force like Inquisitors or Teutonics. Their strength comes from their mind. They are experts in strategy and subterfuge, and use their skills to hide and sneak and deceive until they can strike. The key is to stay out of sight until you're needed most. Stay behind enemy lines and think things through. Don't play like Jax and Brooke. Play like Scarlet.
I think about his words and nod. I'm almost 10 and I know how to be sneaky. I smile, ready to try playing the way he suggests. I run away with the ball. Jax chases me, but I lose him between 2 trees and rush into a maze of bushes. I hear Brooke calling for him, but he ignores her and tracks me. I don't let him find me. Brooke looks for him, leaving their net free. I could take the shot, but it's risky. Ella is there, standing quietly, waiting. If I throw it to her and she misses, we will lose another point. But she's my teammate. I throw it to her. Her eyes widen in surprise. Then she smiles and sinks the ball into the net. Score! We manage 4 more points until Brooks and Jax win. Brooke has the most points, so Mirrodin presents her with the pin. I'm not sure I've ever seen her happier. Our order games become a regular event over the next few months, and my training with Mirrodin continues. I play each order many times, but I come to prefer the Templars after all my fussing. Mirrodin was right. Templars are powerful when you play the game right. We're in another cutthroat game, tied 9 to 9, when horns blare throughout the city. It's so loud I would swear my parents could hear it all the way at our house. Above us, in a clear sky, a hologram of the Queen of Sky appears. She is dazzling in an Eden fashionable's outfit of white and bright shades. Tiny white birds are perched on her shoulders, their miniature cloth wings flapping as if they were real. Baby flowers blossom and close in her light hair, and a crown of jewels sits on her head. She smiles, her tan face youthful, light eyes sparkling like the jewels in her crown. "Citizens of the Kingdom of Sky, today is a great day of celebration. Nyx, war leader of the Nephilim, has been captured. The reign of terror that has plagued humanity since the fallen ones mated with pure men is now over. Soon, the rest of the Nephilim will be hunted down, and they will be gone from our lands forever." Mirrodin places a hand on my shoulder, a frown marring his face as he watches the sky. "In celebration, all food and fuel rations will be doubled for a month, and each family will receive a special treat to commemorate the day humanity was freed from tyranny. Long live His Holiness and the Four Orders." "Long live His Holiness and the Four Orders," we all say out of habit, ending with, "Long live the Queen." Her image fades from the sky. Mirrodin sighs, his eyes dark.
"Go home. There will be no more training today."
"But—"
"Go home,"
he murmurs under his breath as he disappears into his carriage, slamming the door shut behind him. The four of us run back to my house. My dad and Mom already have the e-screen on when we come barreling through the door, out of breath and covered in dust from the roads. A vision of Italy covers our living room wall. A reporter speaks in front of the Vatican. "Pope Icarus has retreated in private to pray for our world, but today is a day to celebrate His Holiness. Newly elected to his title, and the youngest our history has known, Pope Icarus has proven himself a man of his word. He chose his name after the legend of a man who reached too high and paid the price. Pope Icarus vowed to never reach too high, that he would stay humble even as he was elevated to the highest position in world government. Today, in light of the greatest victory in history, he has proven just such a pope, retreating into his private quarters to humbly celebrate the fate of humanity, as others bask in the public accolades due to him." We watch with bated breath as the camera pans to a stadium set up with a cutting block. Ella gasps, and I cover my mouth. "They're cutting his head off?" Jax holds my hand, and I squeeze his, gripping it tightly as we watch Nyx brought out by 2 armed inquisitors. He is dressed in black, his mask still on. His wings are hidden, but he has the build of a man who knows war. "Why is his face covered?" I ask. My dad raises an eyebrow, but it's my mom who answers. "No one knows what he looks like, but everyone knows his mask. This is how people see him." There's something in her voice that makes me wonder, but I don't have time to think on it. Because a moment later, an axe strikes through Nyx's neck, and his head rolls off the stage, landing with a splat on the floor, a trail of blood dripping from his now headless, lifeless body. Nyx, the Lord of Night, the Prince of Darkness, is no more. The crowd cheers, chanting the name of the new pope, as the reporter tries to speak through the chaos. Something about Nephilim groups already surrendering and disbanding, but how the war isn't over yet, how it will be years before we are truly safe. But no one is listening. To the world, the death of Nyx is the beginning of a new era. He was the hope of all Nephilim, their Juliana, and without him, they are lost. Their battle over.
We have lived in a war-racked age for so long. I don't know how to feel. I slump on the couch, my mind spinning. We have fought the Nephilim for over 700 years. And now, we have won.
Chapter 3. Plebe. For several months now, Ella and Brooke have spent a lot of time with me and Jax, training under Mirrodin, pretending to be knights. But today, it's only me and Ella. Brooke is sick and Jax is gone with his dad. We don't have enough people to play orders, so I teach her how to play chess instead. She sits across from me, quiet, still, studying the board as I explain how the game is played. She moves first, and I counter, talking her through her plays just like my dad did for me when I first learned. When she takes one of my pawns, I cheer for her. "You're a quick study," I say. She smiles. "Thanks." She looks around our small house and stares with wide eyes at the wall full of books across from us. "You have so many," she says as I make my move. My parents love books. They are a rarity, especially amongst our class, but somehow they manage to get their hands on them. "Have you read any?" she asks. "Yes, most of them." "I can't read well," she confesses. "My parents can't read, and my school doesn't do a good job teaching stuff like that." This surprises me. I can't imagine not knowing how to read. "Do you want me to teach you?" I ask. She smiles and nods. "Yes, please." We leave our game of chess and I pull out a book for little kids, figuring it would be easier to start there. We go through the alphabet and I cover a few basic Latin rules before we begin. "You're so smart," she says. "You should have been a patrician. You seem like one. You even look like one." I don't know what to say to that. It's true patricians often have more finely chiseled features, but I've been a plebe my whole life, just like them. My mom says I look like my grandfather, but he died before I was born. Both her parents did. He was a historian. I think I would have liked him. My dad's parents liked to fly. He said I get my love of flying in planes from them. But they're dead too. "The war?" "Yeah. Seems everyone's got someone who died in it." She nods. As I go through books, looking for something she would like, I stumble upon a book full of old symbols. One catches my eye. It's the infinity symbol with a cross coming off it with 2 lines through it. The text calls it the Leviathan Cross. I stick the book on the end of the shelf and finish my afternoon with Ella, picking a selection of stories for her to look through on her own. That night, after Ella leaves, I bring the book I found to my mom. "What's this?" I point to the old symbol that caught my eye. She studies it. "That's a very old Templar symbol. It symbolizes the balance of masculine and feminine. It's been used by other organizations throughout ancient history, but it always came back to the Templars." My mom's e-glass blinks and she leaves the room, speaking quietly and quickly. Normally a family in our class is issued 1 government e-glass to share, but my parents, though not merchant class, have somehow acquired 2. 1 for each of them. I admit to some jealousy about this. I would give a limb for an e-glass of my own. I'm getting ready for bed, my teeth brushed and long pale hair pulled into a braid, when my parents both come into my room. They have their serious faces on. My mom sits on the edge of my bed and pats the spot next to her. I sit and wait, my belly turning to nervous bees. "Your dad and I have to take a trip, and we'll be gone a few days." I'm so surprised I don't know what to say. They've never left me before. Ever. "Where are you going?" They exchange a look. The one that says they are keeping things from me because they still think I'm a kid. "We have some business to handle," my dad says. "But you'll be staying with Jax and Mr. Lux while we're gone.
so we expect you to be well-behaved and helpful.
I wrinkle my nose. Can't I stay here? I'm old enough.
My mom laughs. You are growing up fast, but you're not old enough to stay here alone overnight. Sorry, kid.
When are you leaving? I ask.
They look at each other again, an uneasy edge to their smiles. Right now. A few days have turned into over a week, with no word about when they will return. I try not to worry as Jax and I play house, cooking, cleaning, and managing the day-to-day life of staying alive as his father does his best to stay soaked in a haze of alcohol. Mr. Lux stares at the e-screen, watching with unblinking, unseeing eyes, the stories playing out in front of him, beer clutched firmly in hand. He seems to have a never-ending supply of the bitter brew. It's dark out as Jax and I lay on our backs staring up at the stars.
What kind of business would an accountant and school teacher need to do that takes them away for this long? I ask.
I don't know, Star, he says, but I'm sure they'll be home soon. Want to borrow my dad's e-glass to call them?
No, I sigh.
A shooting star streaks across the sky, and I grab Jax's hand and squeeze.
Make a wish, I whisper.
I wish for truth, to know the truth of things. A part of me wishes I had not.
Let's go to my house, I say, sitting up, my heart beating faster.
Why? Jax asks.
My parents are gone, and the bunker...
I let him guess the rest. He grins, mischief dancing in his eyes.
Seriously, what do you think is in it?
I tap my foot on the steel door forged into the dirt and rock. Jax leans against one of the many ponderosa pines on our property. The trees tower over us like sentinels guarding a secret. Pine needles scatter over the bunker's entrance as a breeze blows the gentle scent of vanilla off the sun-warmed bark cooling in the chill of evening. He shrugs, his shoulders still those of a boy, though he's a teenager now. I'm still just a kid in his eyes, but I feel older. Like him. Don't know, he says. Maybe your family is really rich and this is where they keep all their money? A laugh croaks out of me like a frog.
Right, that's why we're living off rations and my mom waters down our vegetable soup to make it last longer.
His mouth turns up in a wry grin. They're frugal? I read about wealthy people way back before the cataclysm who had millions but lived like us. I can feel my face scrunch up.
Why? And where did you read this?
That's just how they lived. I read about them in old newspaper scans, back when the news was printed on paper.
Can you imagine people wasting all those trees just to print news and transient information on paper? It's so weird. Books are one thing. They last. But the other stuff? That's just wasteful.
I often think about what life must have been like for people before the Nephilim and Zeniths, before the angel technology, before the Great War, before the cataclysm, before the orders, before. They led such odd lives. If not treasures, then what? He asks, going back to the contents of the bunker. The bunker is the great mystery of my life. It predates my own existence and is the one place on all the acres of our property I've never been allowed to go. And no one will tell me why.
I think it's something magical, some epic secret that will save the world.
He rolls his eyes, and I want to punch him in the arm. Why would your parents have something like that? He asks. I glare at him.
I don't know. But why would they have a secret bunker we're never allowed in anyways?
Maybe your dad is telling the truth and it's just survival gear they don't want you messing with. I cross my arms over my chest and flinch. My breasts have started to swell and they always hurt.
I don't know how I feel about this. I want to be older, but I don't want to have breasts. Maybe. Let's break in and see what's in there. How? He asks. I look around and grab a branch from the forest floor. Maybe we can pry it open? He nods and finds a rock. Maybe we can use this too. We set to working on the door, using our body weight as leverage to pop it open. It doesn't work. We drop to the ground, panting from our failed exertions. Where's the key? Jax asks. My dad keeps it on him at all times, I say. I've tried to sneak it from him, but he's like a Templar with that key. So secretive, so sneaky. Jax leans back on his hands and looks up into the sky, a moonbeam falling on his face. My heart leaps a bit as I look at him, and I blush and glance away, irritated at myself for acting so flustered. I guess we'll never know, he says, oblivious to my strange feelings, which is definitely a good thing. I sigh. I'll never give up. Someday I'll find out what my parents are hiding. For the first time, Mirden and I train at night. We forage in the forest as moonlight glints off grass, and the hum of crickets fills the air.
Moonflowers only blossom under a full moon's rays, says Mirden. We must only pluck them then to seduce their powers. Do you remember the 3 things moonflowers aid in?
I tick them off one by one as I search for the tiny glowing white petals in the thick underbrush. They aid in a woman's monthly cycle. You can use them as a tonic to induce sleepiness. And I know this, but I can't quite...
Find it in your mind, he says.
Oh yes, in the basement. They soothe a colicky babe.
Very good, Scarlet,
he says. I beam. He only ever calls me by my name when he is particularly pleased with me. We've been training for months, and my ability to map ideas in my mind is growing. Mirden, how do you know all of this? Who trained you? I ask this each time we train, and each time we train, his answer is always the same.
A little fairy taught me.
I'd like to meet this little fairy someday. He blinks, looking up at the full moon, and sighs. He seems sad tonight. Quieter. Nicer. I'm worried. What's wrong? You're not yourself. He sits on a rock and looks up again.
It is a sad night. On this day, 20 years ago, I lost my daughter to war.
I never imagined the old man with a family. I put a hand on his knee. I'm sorry. I didn't know. He looks down at me.
You remind me of her sometimes. Both of you stubborn as a biter. I should have trained her better. If I had...
His voice trails off, but I know what he's thinking. That won't be me, I say. Sitting there, gnarled hands clutching his walking stick. He looks his age, or more. You would never imagine he could move as fast as he does. Think the way he does. He pats me on the head.
Let's hope not, girl. Now, back to work. What can you tell me about the poison red fairy?
I easily find the room with the answer. It will cause someone to burn with fever and become weak-muscled until it kills them. The antidote is dark leaf. He keeps asking the questions, and I keep answering as we hunt for the elusive moonflower. My parents don't tell me when they finally return home. I would be more upset, but instead I'm locked in place behind a tall pine tree as I watch them stand over the open bunker door. I almost imagine it glowing from within as they stare down into the depths of its underground belly. It's dark out, and I'm technically supposed to be helping Jax make dinner, but I told him I needed some time alone.
I didn't tell him it was because I missed my own house and needed to see it. I wasn't expecting my parents to be here. They talk in soft voices that carry quietly in the night. I don't hear words, only the cadence of their speech. My mom gestures to the ground, to the bunker, her face set tightly and her shoulders held too close to her ears. My father is calm, always the rock to my mother's dynamic wind, but even he is holding his body too rigidly. This is not how an accountant and schoolteacher are meant to behave, shrouded in secrets and mystery trips and phone calls. What are you hiding from me? I weigh my options. I could sneak back to Jax's house and pretend I never saw anything. In other words, I could do what I've always done. Or I could step out of the shadows and ask them outright what's going on. My heart thumps in my chest and my palms slicken with sweat as I consider both options. I realize in that moment there's a part of me that's scared to know the truth. I step around the tree and walk toward them. I am ready. My dad sees me first and his face shuts down. All the fear and stress I saw there turns into a mask of pleasantry even as he closes the bunker door. It clicks into place, locking with at least 3 different mechanisms I can hear.
"Scarlet, honey, what are you doing out so late?"
He asks with that too pleasant sing-song voice usually reserved for door-to-door salesmen. "What are you doing home?" I ask. I try not to sound upset, but it slips through. I've been waiting 2 weeks for them to come back, and they don't even tell me when they do? My mom turns to me and smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes, which are still filled with some unnamed worry. "We were about to go get you. We picked up some new supplies while we were gone, and we wanted to load them into the bunker before we picked you up. Did you have a good time with Jax?" she asks, walking away from the bunker. She's trying to distract me. It's not working. "What supplies did you get? Can I see?" They share a look, and I square my shoulders and make eye contact with them. My dad taught me people don't like to make eye contact when they lie. But they both look me straight in the eyes. And they lie. And if I didn't know them so well, I wouldn't even know I was being lied to. They are good.
"Not tonight, honey," my dad says. "We're already locked up, and you know we don't like you playing in there."
"Why do we need new supplies? The war is over. We're safe now, aren't we?" My mom puts an arm around my shoulders and guides me to our front door.
"It is over, but there's a lot more to do before any of us are truly safe."
She looks over my head at my dad, frowning. And it hits me. They don't agree about something. Something involving me. They always agree on everything. They have been a united front since I can remember. But this, whatever this is something they are arguing about. Unfortunately, I don't get any answers that night. They drive me to pick up my stuff from Jax's house, and we settle into an evening of dinner, reading, and a game of chess with my dad. I'm getting better at playing him, and tonight I even beat him. I'm sure it's because he's distracted, but it reminds me of something important, something I hold on to. I won't always be a kid. Someday I will be an adult, and they won't be able to lie to me then. I'll have a right to know the truth. And if they don't tell me, I'll find the answers myself. Ella and Brooke spend more and more time at my house in the coming weeks, but given what their parents are like, I don't blame them. I'd escape as often as I could too, if that were my life. It means they are with us for a lot of family activities, including our quarterly visit to volunteer at the Domus Infirmos, the sick house in the outskirts of the city that only the poorest and most disenfranchised go to for help. I have a love-hate relationship with this place. I love that I can make a small difference in the lives of people who are so broken and miserable. I hate that being here feels like a level of purgatory I might never escape from. The weather apparently agrees with me and bestows upon us all the rain and wind it can muster on short notice, being so close to summer and usually quite temperate. We arrive at a circle of large circus tents, littered with the refuse of humanity no one else wants. Ella and Brooke follow me out of our car and stand behind me, eyes wide as they look around. We are soaked to the bone by the time we trail after my parents into the largest tent in the center. The location of the Domus Infirmus changes regularly, to help avoid raids by the local Inquisition Domus. I don't know how my parents discover the location each quarter, but they always seem to know where to go. We are each given an apron to wrap around us, and are then escorted into the main tent by an old man stooped over his cane, his gnarled hands gripping it so hard his knuckles turn white. He gives a small nod to my parents and leaves us to serve donated food to those well enough to feed themselves. I take my position behind a pot of boiled potatoes and begin serving each sad soul who files past me, their eyes dead, their bodies caving in on them in their own despair. At least 90% of them have tags in their ears. Ella notices this and touches her own tagged ear. They are zeniths, the outcasts of our world. Many are veterans of the war, having lost a limb or more. I offer a smile to each person, making eye contact and sending what comfort I can to them along with their boiled potato. Maybe I'm a fool for believing it makes a difference, but I hope it does. There is a smell of death that lingers in the air here. It's thick and strong and mixes with the scent of excrement and infection. No amount of cleaner can erase it. I breathe through my mouth and keep smiling. The tent is lined with long tables filled with people eating. The other tents are lined with beds filled with people dying. We are about to leave after working a 4-hour shift when the Inquisition officers arrive. There are 3 of them, and they carry themselves with such arrogance, as if they are knights and not plebes who lucked into a position at one of the Domus orders. Give a fool a sliver of power and he will make himself a king. But he is still just a fool. They raise their batons and shout that everyone needs to clear this area under penalty of arrest. I swallow bile and look up at my parents. They can't let this happen. Most of these people have nowhere else to go. They are zeniths and won't be treated at hospitals. I tug at my mom's sleeve and she looks down at me, her face furrowed in anger. Get my mother angry and she'll start her own inquisition. I smile, cheering her silently as she marches over to the officers. Her face is animated and outraged, and she gestures wildly as she speaks to them. I can't hear her words, but the officers don't look happy. My dad sighs and joins her side, speaking more calmly. They look about ready to bust the place up when my dad looks back at me. Something in his eyes changes, and he turns back to the officers and leans in, whispering something to them. They look around as if they are in trouble, and then turn around and leave. Everyone in the tent cheers for my parents, touching them and shaking their hands as they walk back towards us. I reach for my dad's hand. What did you say to make them leave?
I reminded them of their job, he says.
Maybe that's true, but that's not the whole of it. Whatever he said to them made them scared. But what could a plebe have said to an officer to scare them away? Chapter 4. Leave-taking. I've never had a birthday party with friends other than Jack's. But I'm turning 10, and this is a big deal. At least it feels like it is. I don't like that Jax is already a teenager, and I'm not even in the double digits yet. He doesn't treat me like a baby, but I feel the distance between us growing as he develops interests outside of our friendship and family. So I work really hard on my handmade invitations, 1 each for Ella and Brooke. Ella's has flowers on it, because I noticed she loves the flowers we have in our backyard. I read the colors on the crayons carefully, making sure to draw the flowers in colors that are fitting. It's strange to create something that I can't see, that only others will be able to enjoy in its fullness. For Brooke, I drew stars because she loves looking at the sky like I do. Fortunately, stars are easy to color. I can't help but run most of the way to their house, my sneakers pounding the packed dirt roads. I feel fast, strong, free. I spin in the sun-dappled shade of the trees, loving the feel of the beautiful weather. I've read that there are amazing black and white photographs of nature that people like to print and hang in their houses. How funny that someone would deliberately strip the world of color. Does it add something to the way a thing is seen? Someday I will find a way to get a genetic modification so I can see in color. Even if I have to save every penny I ever make and use the black market to get the surgery. And then I will know if these trees look better in black and white or in color. I imagine that when I can finally see in color, I will never want to see black or white or gray again. I will fill my life with reds and blues and greens and yellows, whatever they look like. I've heard good things about purple and am excited to make its acquaintance. It's the color of nobility, of the patrician. I don't know why, but I will wear purple and smile. When I arrive at the twins' house, I stop short, my sneakers digging into the dirt. I drop the invites I worked so hard on as I hear the screaming coming from upstairs. Their father's voice carries far and wide.
"What did you say to me? What did you say to me, biter?"
One of the girls cries out, and I hear a smack and a small body fall to the floor. I don't think. I just run inside, throwing the door open as I look around. Their mother is sitting on the couch in the living room staring at a blank e-screen with the crack down the middle. "Mrs. Conray?" She doesn't respond. Her eyes are glassy with heavy lids covering half her pupils. Her body is limp. She is drugged or drunk. I can't tell. I hear more screaming upstairs and I run up, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I have to do something. The girls share a bedroom upstairs and they are in there now, their father looming over them with a leather belt in his hand.
"I'll call the apex on you biters,"
he says, spittle flying from his mouth and hitting Brooke in the face.
"I didn't mean to, Daddy. I'm sorry."
Brooke is crying and there's a long red welt down her right cheek.
"You know how much that e-screen cost, you little biter?"
He raises his hand and smacks her with the belt, hitting the side of her head. She falls to the floor, blood trickling from a cut on her head. Ella screams and scurries to her from across the room. I look around for something to fight him with, and my eyes land on a lamp by the side of their bed. I pick it up. It's heavy and will work enough. His back is to me. He raises his belt again, but before he can land another blow on my friend, I scream and hit him as hard as I can in the head with the lamp.
"Run!"
I tell the girls. They do, hiding in the hallway bathroom. Their father is on the ground, moaning, his head bleeding. My hand is shaking as I walk up to him, still holding the makeshift weapon. It has his blood and hair on it. I lean over his body, and he looks shocked when he sees me. His mouth curls into a sneer.
"You little blood lover. I'll destroy you."
I take a deep breath and smile. I'm deliberately nonchalant, like my dad taught me.
The person who stays calm always maintains the upper hand.
"You can't destroy me," I say to him, "but I can destroy you. I did some digging. It's amazing what you can find through the net. It's also amazing how much gambling debt you've racked up with someone called Blackjack. He seems very unforgiving given the list of people who have gone missing after failing to pay their debts. I hear he's looking for you. You've managed to hide from him. Good for you. But what do you think he'd do if a little bird handed him your address?" I dug up dirt on this man as soon as I realized the kind of home life Ella and Brooke had. You never know when information can be valuable. My mother taught me that. Mr. Conray doesn't move, and I know I have him by the fear in his eyes. "You're going to go downstairs," I tell him. "You're going to watch the E-screen with your wife, and Ella and Brooke are going to stay with me for a while. Do you understand?" He nods. "You will not hurt them again. If you do, I'll make sure Black Jack knows about it." He nods again, then stands, leaning on the dresser. His walk is unstable, but he makes it downstairs, and I hear the cracked E-screen turn on. I take a deep breath, finally letting my fear show in the shaking of my hands. I knock on the bathroom door. "It's safe to come out now." They emerge with wide eyes and shivering lips. I hug them both. "Pack up your bags. You're coming home with me." My parents don't hesitate to take Ella and Brooke in. We make up extra beds for them in my room, and for the first time ever, I have roommates. It's an interesting dynamic. Brooke's head heals well, with gentle ministrations from my father. It's her heart I'm more worried about. She's been moody, withdrawn, angry. I don't blame her. I just worry for her. The safe space seems to help Ella come out of her shell, though. She's become more talkative, more inclined to say what she wants and offer something new to a conversation. I find myself drawn to her especially. She's quiet, shy, uncertain, but under all of that, she's smart, savvy, and interesting. I find we are kindred spirits in ways I hadn't expected. I continue teaching her to read, and she picks it up with real talent. We picked up the birthday invites left in the dirt as we made our way back to my house, and Ella has hers propped up by her bed. "You did a great job with the colors," she says with a shy smile. On the day of my party, I'm all giggles and silliness. My parents decorate the house with ribbons and candles, and my dad bakes a chocolate cake. He wanted to add marshmallows, but there weren't any in the rations. Brooke gapes at the cake. "Your dad cooks?" I nod. "Of course." The cake has perfect stars drawn in frosting all over it. There are 10 candles on the top, and everyone present sings to me as I blow the candles out and make a wish. My wish, as it is every year, is that I will someday catch the attention of a high-ranking patrician family who will formally acknowledge me and give me their house name so I can join the 4 orders and become a knight. After cake, it's time for presents. Jax gives me his first. It's a medium-sized box, and I peel the paper and bows off to reveal a model airplane. He grins at me. "Thought you'd enjoy putting it together. It actually flies once it's made," he says. I squeal and throw my arms around his neck. "Thank you, thank you, thank you! I love it!" I kiss his cheek and he blushes and smiles some more. "You're welcome, Star." I can't wait to build the airplane, but I have other presents waiting. I don't expect anything from the twins, but Ella surprises me with a rectangular box wrapped in light paper. "It's not much, but..." Her voice trails off self-consciously. Brooke scowls at her and juts her lower lip out, but after a moment, she smiles. "I'm sorry, Scarlet. I didn't know she was getting you something. It's fine," I say. I open the gift and find a handmade wooden box with a lid. I open the lid, and inside there are 3 compartments, each containing a single item. I look up, confused but intrigued. Ella explains the gift. "I know you can't see colors, so I wanted to give you something that might at least help you feel colors." Brooke scoffs. "You can't feel colors, dummy." Ella shrugs, shutting down, but I smile. "That's amazing, Ella. Thank you." She points to the first compartment. "That's blue. she says. I pick up the rock, which is cold to the touch, like ice. Blue is a cool color, she says. It's calm and deep, like the ocean or the sky. I hold the rock in my hand and close my eyes, imagining the feel of blue. It pours over me, this sense of blue, and I open my eyes, smiling. Yes, I can feel it. She claps excitedly and points to the second compartment. That's red. It's hot, fiery, fierce.
Like your mother,
my dad says with a nudge of my mother's shoulders. She laughs. I pick up the second rock, which is hot. It almost burns my hand and I drop it. But with that one touch, I could feel red. It gets into your soul, that color. Yellow is the last primary color, she says. All other colors are found by combining these three. There's a sprig of moss in the compartment and I pick it up, holding the mushy moistness in my hand. Yellow is the color of the sun. It gives life to everything. It's warmth and new things and lushness, she says. I put the moss back into the box and close it, my heart too full to speak. I lean over and hug Ella, whispering into her ear so her sister can't hear. This is the most amazing gift anyone's ever given me, I say. She hugs me harder, a hitch in her breathing revealing how much my words meant. When I pull back, Brooke is glaring at us both, so I smile at her, hoping she doesn't stay grumpy all day. My parents give me their gift last, and when I open it, I sit there with my jaw hanging open, gaping. What is it? Brooke asks. I still can't speak. I just pull it out of the box and everyone gasps. Even Jax. But how? Brooke asks. She looks over at my parents like they just sprouted Nephilim wings. I look up at them, the same question written on my face. How could my parents have afforded this? An e-glass? I say, still staring at the small device in my hands. It's sleek and perfect and fits over my ear as if it was made for me. I open the manual and figure out quickly how to turn it on. The AI built into it greets me with a British accent. Hello, Scarlet. Happy birthday. I'm Evie. Hi, Evie, I say, my face hurting from the aggressive smiling I can't seem to stop. My mom grins. We have our ways. I took the liberty of tweaking her programming so she's more customized. I can teach you how to do it too, so you can make her a one-of-a-kind. What can she do? I ask. I soon find out. When I see something new, Evie's beautiful accented voice chimes in, telling me the colors of things. Colors? She can see colors? Evie answers. Yes, of course. I can see everything. What would you like me to do for you? So much, I think. So very much. The party ends, and I go outside to fiddle with Evie and learn her ins and outs. The sun is setting, and everything around me turns iridescent with the fading light. Gold and orange, says Evie, and I giggle. It's been a long day. A great day, but a long one. And having Ella and Brooke staying in my room has made alone time more challenging. I need space. But then Jax walks out onto the porch with me, and I realize I never need space from him. I put my e-glass on, marveling at the feel of it on my ear, and ask him if he wants to play orders. I can get Ella and Brooke? No, he says, looking too serious for my liking. My stomach sinks. What's going on? He looks over at me with his beautiful eyes. Blue, says Evie, with brown hair. I'm going to be leaving for a while, he says. I feel sick.
Where are you going?
I've been accepted to Castradomus, he says softly. Then he is silent, and I think he wants me to respond, but I am frozen. The closest Castradomus, a private school that prepares children for a full domus, is in Vancouver. I've always wanted to go, but my parents don't want me to live so far away. I finally understand. When I think of Jax that far away, my eyes turn watery. It's a chance to learn what I need, he says, and when I turn 17, I will apply to a domus. I will make a difference. The dream you spoke of, I will make real. My words are slow and tender.
But in my dream we are together.
And we will be again, he says, taking my hand. But this is my way out of this life, Star. My dad's too drunk to help me accomplish anything, and I can't stay stuck in this town forever. I'll make a name for myself, and you'll join me when you're ready. And together we'll change things for the better. His smile is warm and full of hope. I will not ruin it with selfish words, so I hold back the tears and grin.
One day, you will be a knight, Jackson Lux.
And I hope on that day, a Pat and a plebe can be friends. When I arrive for training the next day, Mirrodin is packing up to leave. I felt something in the air for a few days, but ignored it, hoping it would go away. Now I know what I felt. It was the feeling of things ending. First with Jax, now with Mirrodin. "Don't go," I say. He turns to me as if he didn't know I was there. He of course did. He always does. "I have to, girl. I've told all the stories I know to tell here. Without gold coming in, Mirrodin's heading out."
Maybe I could pay you, I offer, for training and stuff. To stay.
"You couldn't afford me," he says, fidgeting with the leather straps on his buck.
"But who will train me to be a knight if not you? To fight with a sword, to pick the right herbs, to think the right thoughts."
He turns to me now, a frown on his face. "Don't let anyone tell you which thoughts to have, Scarlet Knight. I taught you to think so you could choose your own thoughts and not be a puppet of others."
"See? This proves I still need you. I'm not ready."
He kneels in front of me on one knee and looks me in the eyes. "Scarlet, you do not need me. You already are who you are meant to be. You just don't know it yet. And worry not, girl. We will meet again some day. Of that I am sure. By the orders, I am sure." Chapter 5. Festival. Mirrodin is gone, but Jax won't be leaving for a few weeks. He'll still come to the Fortuna Festival with us. It'll be our last time together for a while, and it's a bittersweet experience. Like biting into a fairy fruit to find it's rotten inside. But I try not to dwell on the sad. This is the summer solstice, and it's a time for luck and laughter. My mom has brought out her jewelry-making kit for us all to use as we make our good luck charms to wear to the festival. I make a charm for Ella out of small beaded flowers. When I give it to her, she beams and Brooke scowls.
"I want one too,"
she demands. So I make her one, but with a lot less joy. Brooke is great when she forgets she has to be the center of attention. I wonder if it is because of her parents, if they pay her less attention than they do Ella. The last one I make is for Jax. It's made of stars.
"For luck," I say, "but you won't need luck."
He hugs me and accepts the charm. "I'll keep this always." My dad pulls out a huge chest he keeps in the closet, and it's filled with costumes and outfits. We dig through it, trying on ridiculous costumes and masks until we have all settled on what we're wearing.
It takes a few hours to drive to the festival, and another eternity to find parking. But it's worth it. We spend all afternoon exploring the booths, playing games. Jax beats me in a race, but I beat him at a puzzle. Eating more sugar than is good for us and watching the parade of royalty go by as the queen waves. I'm most enamored by her dress and extravagant hair, which Evie informs me is purple. People with money to burn have hair that changes color on command, and they wear clothes that change shape and style on some kind of schedule. Our costumes pale in comparison, but I don't mind. I'm happy. I'm with my family and friends, and I'm having the best day of my life. Until we get home. We are still chattering about the day, our fingers still sticky from honey bread and candied apples, when our doorbell rings. My father answers it and speaks in low, firm tones, finally turning to us with a frown.
Ella, Brooke, your father is here.
I jump and run to the door. I never told my parents what I did to Mr. Conray, and I don't intend to. I'm about to yell at him when my dad puts a hand on my shoulder.
Star, they are his children. He has a right to see them.
Their father stands at the door, a meek and contrite expression on his downturned face. He's dressed in an old suit and holds a top hat in his hand. His thin hair is combed and his eyes are clear. He doesn't smell like alcohol, just cigarettes.
I'm here to get my daughters. I realize I've made a terrible mistake,
he says, tears in his eyes. You beat them, I accuse. My dad squeezes my shoulder gently, but doesn't say anything.
I did. I know. And I will live with that pain for the rest of my life. But I'm on a new path and I want to make it right to them.
Ella is standing next to me, shaking. But when he holds a flower out to her, she runs to him, crying and hugging him. Brooke is slower to be won over, but even she eventually cracks, joining the hugs and tears. They leave our house with their bags and smiles, and I slump against the door in a heap of confusion. I don't trust him. I'm mopey and restless, and when I find a slice of honey bread the twins left behind, I use it as a chance to see them.
They need some space,
my dad says. I'm just dropping off their treat. I won't stay. He sighs.
Okay, but be back before it's dark.
I'm out of the house before he finishes his sentence. I just need to make sure my friends are okay. When I arrive at their house, my heart skips a beat and I drop the honey bread in the dirt, my hand shaking. There's an unmarked bruiser outside their house. I've seen Inquisition officers use white ones before, but this one's different. It's black and big as a tank. Through the window I see two men talking with Mr. Conray. One wears a long black coat, his face covered under a hood. The other is huge, with large muscles that bulge from his body like they were grown in a lab. They probably were. I tap my e-glass. Evie, what can you tell me about this bruiser? She scans the license plate.
I'm sorry, but there's no information.
Can you hack the motor vehicle database and look?
Hacking is illegal and wrong, she says.
I'll have to change her mind, but not now. I sneak around the back of the house and see Brooke and Ella sitting, tied to chairs in the kitchen. Brooke looks up and sees me. Her eyes are red and swollen. I point to my e-glass and point to her dad sitting on the kitchen table. She nods in understanding and focuses all her power on moving the e-glass. It bumps against the wooden table, shuffling, but not moving enough. She squints her eyes and tries again. This time it hovers and starts to move closer to her until it lands on her ear. Evie, call Brooke's e-glass. Evie puts the call through and Brooke answers. Scarlet! Scarlet! Her words are shaky, and I can see in her eyes. She is lost in fear. I too am trembling, but it is not the same. Some people are frozen by terror. I am spurred to action. "What's going on?" I ask.
"I don't know. Men are here talking to my dad. They tied us up,"
she whispers.
"I'm scared."
"You'll be fine," I say in a soothing voice as I scan the area. There's no back door, but the windows are large. "Listen, you need to—" The tall, thin man with the hood walks into the kitchen. His black cloak is an Eden fashionable. Snake designs coil around him and move over the fabric. A black A tattoo peeks out from under his sleeve.
"Get out of there!"
I yell.
"They're Zenith traffickers! The Apex! Your dad is selling you to them!"
Probably to pay off his gambling debts. Brooke shakes her head, scared. She can't get out. She's tied up. I use Evie to zoom in on the kitchen, looking for a knife but not finding one. Maybe something heavy.
"Use your powers! Throw the microwave at him!"
While she focuses her abilities, I tell Evie to call emergency dispatch and get a hold of my parents.
My hands are covered in sweat, and I wipe them on my pants.
"I have alerted emergency dispatch, Scarlet, but I cannot reach your parents. Shall I keep trying?"
"Yes," I say, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs they feel bruised.
The microwave slides over the counter as Brooke manipulates the object's gravity. She lifts it into the air and throws it at the man's head. He tries to dart out of the way, but he's too slow. It hits him with a dull thunk, and he falls to the ground, unconscious. Evie's microphones pick up the metallic clang as the microwave hits the tiled floor. Others would have heard it as well.
"What do I do now?"
Brooke asks. "Can you use your powers to cut the rope?" I ask. She shakes her head.
"I can't be that precise."
A shadow enters the hallway behind her. I think for a second. "Okay, break the chair." She nods and focuses until the chair cracks and she falls free. She quickly unbinds Ella.
"Now what?"
I scan the house. The door outside is blocked by their father, and the other man is heading to the kitchen. Maybe the downstairs windows. Not enough time.
"Head upstairs and lock yourselves in a room. Hurry!"
They race upstairs to their bedroom, and the tall man, the one with the tattoo, maybe Apex himself, follows, speeding up into a sprint. The black snakes on his coat flash past the downstairs window, hissing at me, and I hope they can't communicate with their master. The big man Brooke knocked out starts to regain consciousness. I hear a thud and slam.
"We're in our room!"
screams Brooke.
"He's breaking down the door!"
There's muffled crying in the background. Ella. And then more slams. I give them the next set of instructions. "Open the window and climb out. You'll have to jump to the tree and climb down. Can you do that?" Brooke says yes, but I can hear Ella breathing heavily. She's scared. They both are. I feel impotent, stuck outside, hiding behind bushes. I can see them crawling out. Ella doesn't follow quickly, and I bite my tongue, resisting the urge to yell at her to hurry. They don't have much time. Another slam, and the man with vipers emerges at the window. Ella screams, and she slips, falling the last bit of the way and twisting her ankle. Brooke grabs her and helps her stumble toward me. "Hurry!" I say. "Hurry!" The man sees them running toward me and jumps out of the window with the reflexes of a cat. He runs after them, mud splashing under his boots, and they stumble to me. They have the lead. If they can move faster. But they can't. They're slowing down. "Brooke, what's happening? You have to run!"
"I can't move."
Her words slur, and I see them both slump to the ground, as if drugged. I'm frozen, unsure what to do. The tall man approaches them, the snakes on his coat hissing in the cool air. He shakes his head and speaks into his e-glass. The big beast of a man comes out of the house and joins him. picking up both girls, one in each hand. I can't help it. I run out of the bushes to confront them. I can't let them take my friends. "Stop!" I scream, staring straight into the dark eyes of the man with snakes. His coat, his tattoo, are permanently imprinted on my brain. I make a special room just for them. He walks toward me, a smile on his thin lips.
"Be glad we are not here for you,"
he says, holding his hand out to me. He wears a ring with the apex crest upon it, and from the ring emerges a small blade. He cuts my hand with it. It doesn't hurt right away, but it bleeds, and my head gets fuzzy. He seems far away now. He sounds like he's talking through water.
"Go to sleep, girl."
I feel the poison infecting me, killing me slowly as I fall to the ground. "I'll find you," I whisper with my last breath. His laughter is the last thing I hear before darkness takes me. Chapter 6. Ashes. The deer stretches its lean neck to the fresh grass, grazing on lunch as the sun warms its taupe, says Evie, coat streaked with white. The scar on my right hand itches, but I ignore it as I pull my bow and aim my arrow at the deer's heart. I take a deep breath, steady my arm, hold my gaze, and release on the exhale. The arrow shoots 20 meters through the field, striking the ground next to the deer's leg. It startles, its large eyes darting around as it leaps into the air and runs off, its lunch forgotten with the impending death threat from an unseen assailant. I curse under my breath and sprint to retrieve my arrow. My dad waits in the brush for me to return, his face gentle and steady.
"You're not focused,"
he says. "I don't like killing."
"I don't either, Star."
He preps his own bow and stands, his body motionless. Another deer appears, oblivious to the short breath of life it has left. His aim is true, and the arrow impales the creature's heart, killing it instantly. I cringe. That poor animal didn't have a choice in this. It woke up this morning believing the day would end with another sunset. Instead, its life ended with an arrow to the heart. I've learned to track. I've learned some basic wilderness survival, how to use a bow and arrow, and my hacking skills are already at an expert level. I have not learned to kill yet. I scratch at the scar on my hand. My parents insist the poison that nearly killed me is no longer in my system, but I can feel it, just under the surface, aggravating my skin. My dad stitched me up. It only took 3 to bind the wound, but recovering from the poison, that took months. I nearly died a few times, according to my parents. When I finally broke free of the fevers and nightmares, Jax was there, pale, frightened, too skinny, as if he'd been the one sick. He had postponed his training to stay with me. My mom later told me he was there by my side every day and every night, holding my hand, reading to me from my favorite books, talking to me in whispers throughout the long nights. They had to force him to eat and sleep. A month later, he finally left for training, only returning for summers. From time to time, he'd show me the martial arts and tactics he was learning, and we'd laugh like we used to. It's been 3 years. I'm finally a teenager, but I still feel the evil that Apex infected me with. My dad pulls the deer into the bushes with us. We would normally go home now and skin it, but I know he wants me to make a kill.
"Star, this is necessary. The future is uncertain in the best of times, and we do not live in the best of times. The greatest gift I can give you is the ability to survive and feed yourself and others. Just clear your mind and focus."
We wait, and it doesn't take long for another deer to cross our path. This time I'm ready. I don't clear my mind like he suggests. Instead, I paint a new target over the innocent deer. He wears a snakeskin coat and a black hood, and has a tattoo on his hand. He has a ring that kills. He is Apex, leader of those who traffic zeniths. The man who kidnapped my friends. I've spent the last 3 years trying to find them. I haven't succeeded. Yet. But I will. I loose my arrow, and the man falls to the ground, dying. I walk over to examine my kill. It's no longer a man. Just a deer. But this deer will help feed the poor in our town for weeks. A hunting license is a rarity in our kingdom. I still don't know how my parents got one. Using any kind of weapon is strictly forbidden if you aren't with the domus or an order. We aren't allowed guns to hunt, even with a license. But you can do a lot with a bow and arrow. Especially if you can hit a moving target. And so I will build my skills. I will become lethal. And someday that arrow will pierce the heart of evil. This is my first kill, and my first time gutting and skinning an animal. It's a messy business that leaves me feeling slightly nauseous and tempted by a vegetarian diet. My dad pulls out his tools. A 4-inch blade, gloves for each of us, string to secure the bladder, urethra, and intestines, towels and baggies for the heart and liver, plus game bags to store the meat. We do my deer first, dragging it into a clearing and laying it on its back.
First, cut along the anus and free the anal tract from the hide and membranes that hold it to the pelvic bone,
my dad says, handing me the knife. Evie, I say into my e-glass. Yes, Scarlet? Is there any chance you could do this part somehow?
I'm sorry, Scarlet, but I am not equipped with a physical form. You'll have to suck it up and do it yourself.
My dad guffaws at Evie's response.
When did she learn that?
Last week I tweaked her humor and emotion calibration. I might have to lower it a bit. She's getting too snarky for my liking.
She sounds like you,
he says. Exactly. Too snarky. He laughs as he guides my hands and I cut into the body. The knife is sharp, but it's not easy to cut through flesh. My hand aches as I push harder.
Careful,
he says as I pull out the freed anal tract and tie a string around it.
You don't want to spill any of that and contaminate the meat.
Yeah, that's not the only reason I don't want to spill deer crap all over myself, I tell him. He laughs. I'm not laughing. We then turn the deer on its side downhill and let the guts fall out. It's as glamorous as it sounds. When my dad guides my hands into the cavity near its spine to cut off the fat holding the intestines in place, I swallow bile and feel beads of cold sweat break out all over my body. I almost cut too hard and nearly pierce the bladder when my dad's hand pulls mine back. Next, we cut off the diaphragm to remove the entire intestine and then remove the heart and lungs. I am dripping in deer blood, but the horror isn't over. We now have to string the deer upside down from a tree and skin it. We repeat this process with my dad's kill, and it's dark when we finally head home with our meat. Another family my parents work with will butcher it for our community. It's a small way we try to give back and help those who are starving. There was a time we thought we wouldn't have to help, because the war was over. We thought things would get better. And, in a way, they did. But not for the plebes. Only for the Pats. To them, we are still those who serve, and we deserve no more than scraps. I'm ready for a long shower, then a longer bath, then another long shower. By the time we get home, I strip out of the top layer of blood-soaked clothing before entering the house. My mom is pacing, her e-glass on as she speaks rapidly to someone on the other line. Her face is pale and her movements are jerky, nervous.
When she looks over at us, her eyes are filled with tears. My mother never cries. My throat goes dry as my dad takes 3 long steps to reach her, putting a hand on each of her arms as if to steady her.
"What's happened?"
he asks. She looks at me and then at him. "Jax is badly injured, and his father is dead." And my insides feel as if they'd tumble out of me, like that deer on the hill. My guts spilling onto the floor as I run upstairs. My hands shake as we drive to the hospital where Jax is being treated. Is he going to be okay? What happened? My dad is driving as my mom waits on hold with the hospital trying to get more information. "You know everything I know right now, sweetie." I don't believe her. They always know more than they say. How can Mr. Lux be dead? And what's going to happen to Jax? He's only 16. He can't be alone. He's been gone for months on Castrodomus training. He was supposed to come home in a few days for winter break. We were supposed to go flying together. This wasn't supposed to happen. The moment my dad parks, I sprint out of the car and into the hospital. "I need to see Jackson Lux," I tell the nurse at the front desk. She purses her lips at me. "And who might you be?" My mom steps up behind me. "Family. We are his legal guardians," she says, tapping her e-glass. The nurse's computer beeps and she looks down in surprise, then looks back up with a softened expression. "Of course, Ms. Knight, Mr. Knight. Follow me." I pretend I'm included and follow along with my parents to a private wing of the hospital. My heart pounds erratically, fluctuating dangerously between beats. As we walk, I hear the nurse answering my mom's questions. "They were in a car accident," she says. "Mr. Lux died at the scene. His son was seriously injured and flown in for treatment." When we arrive at his hospital room, I pause and rest a clammy hand on the doorframe. This is Jax. My Jax. I take a deep breath and step in. The room is too bright, with fluorescent lights casting off the white room in a garish frame. The room smells like antiseptic and infection. The e-screen is muted but displays clips of news reports showing the efforts to eradicate the last of the Nephilim. 3 years since the war ended, but we are still at war. We will always be at war. Humans were not bred for peace. I finally pull my eyes to the bed. Jax is laying there, his eyes closed, his face all hard lines and pale skin. His arm is in a sling and he is hooked up to IVs. One side of his face is littered with cuts and bruises. I rush to his side and take his good hand. "Jax?" The nurse is about to scold me, but my mom lays a hand on her arm. "She's his best friend," my mom says. Jax slowly opens his eyes. "Blue," Evie reminds me, as if I'd ever forget. When he sees my face, he gives me the shadow of a smile. "Star," he says. His voice is thick and filled with the effects of his medicine. "Jax," I say again, relief pouring through me. "I'm so sorry." He squeezes my hand. "Me too." There's another layer to his words that I don't understand. But he's just lost his father. I don't expect him to return to normal right away. But he would never return to normal. And neither would I. A few days later, Jax comes to live with us. The same day as his father's funeral pyre. My father clears out his office to give Jax his own room, even though I offered to share. "That wouldn't be appropriate," he tells me as I help him move a bed into the room. "Why not? He's like a brother." "But he's not your brother, and you are both teenagers."
I roll my eyes at him. Nothing would ever happen between me and Jax. We're family. But we set up his room and pick him up from the hospital. I put up some of my order posters in his room, and I hang the model airplane he gave me at my 10th birthday over his desk. I also insist on being the one to pack up his belongings and bring them to our house. It's a more painful process than I imagined, seeing remnants of his life with his father. What will happen to their house? I ask.
He will probably sell it,
my dad says. We pick Jax up that afternoon, and he is quiet on the drive home. I've never seen him this serious, this distant. I try to give him space, knowing he must be going through more than I can imagine. It's hard. Every part of me wants to make him better, but I can't. Instead, I let him hold my hand when he reaches for it, and we sit in the back seat during the 2-hour drive, sharing the silence together. It's winter and the roads are tricky. The drive feels dangerous. An ice-covered death trap waiting to kill us like it did his father. I still don't know the details of the accident. Where were they? Were they heading home? How did it happen? These questions stay locked in me. I wouldn't put Jax through the pain of reliving his trauma to satisfy my own curiosities. We are in his new room, sitting side by side on his bed, when he finally speaks. He reaches for my hand and rubs his thumb over the scar left by the apex.
"Everything changed that day,"
he says. I nod. We never talk about them. He looks into my eyes.
"I thought I would lose you then. You shouldn't have lived. They sent you home to die. No one believed you would make it. But I did. I knew you would. You're strong. Stronger than anyone knows. Strong enough for what's ahead."
His eyes get a faraway look, and I drop my eyes to the jagged scar I will always carry with me. What does he know about life that I don't? What have the last few years or days taught him that I have yet to learn? I rest my head on his shoulder, and he sighs.
"We are both harder, older than we should have to be,"
he says. We live in a world that hardens people, I remind him. We are like calloused feet. If we walked through life with smooth skin, we'd tear apart our flesh. We need the hardness to survive.
"Since when did 13-year-olds get this wise?"
he asks, smiling. The smile fades quickly. He kisses the top of my head and stands.
"You're right. It's necessary. I just hope it's worth it."
I stand and hold out my hand. It's time. He shakes his head.
"I'll meet you down there in a bit. I need a minute alone."
I nod and walk out, the door clicking closed behind me. Mr. Lux's body is outside, and my parents have set up the funeral pyre far enough away from the house to be safe. I stand a distance away, looking at the body of the man I knew as he rests on top of wood and cloth. I cross my arms over my chest and shiver in the cold. Icicles are forming on the wood. Soon fire will burn through it all, leaving nothing but dust. After half an hour of waiting in the cold, I creep back into the house to find out where everyone is. I hear arguing upstairs. Jax is yelling at my parents. He's never raised his voice to them. They both sound patient but earnest. I can't hear everything they're saying, but Jax is angry. He doesn't want to attend the pyre. I can't say this shocks me. He's grieving. He's hurt. This can't be easy. I want to tell my parents to leave him alone, to let him have his space, but maybe they know more than me in this. Maybe he needs to say his goodbyes and have closure, even if he doesn't want it. I go back outside, convinced I'm still the outsider in my own life, living in the shadows of secrets others have created. The three of them eventually join me outside. Jax stands to the side, at a distance, clearly unhappy to be there. My father says a few words about the man we've known my whole life, and then he sets the fire. It will burn through the night until nothing remains. It is customary for the immediate family to stand witness until the burning is done, and so we do. I stay for Jax, but also for Mr. Lux, who treated me like his own child, as badly as he treated Jax, but also as well. He's never been the same since his wife died, I was told. That might tug at my heartstrings more if he hadn't been such a biter to his son. The moment the last ember is extinguished, Jax turns and leaves, slamming the door on the way to his room. I look over at my parents, who are frowning and holding each other. My face feels like ice and I can't move my fingers, but I don't rush back in the house. Instead, I watch the dust swirl in the early morning breeze. From ashes we are made, to ashes we return. Chapter 7. The Test. 5 years of training, and I am still the girl who stood by Jax as we watched his father burn. But now I am also the near woman who is ready to make her own mark. 5 years. I will turn 18 soon. I will test for my pilot's license. I will embark on a new chapter of my life. 5 years of flying, of hacking, of hunting and tracking, of chess and strategy, of learning Latin and reading everything I can about the orders, our history, the ancient history before the cataclysm, back when the times were divided by BC and AD. Back when my kingdom of sky was actually divided into states in a government known as a democracy. Though from what I've been able to find out about this time, it doesn't sound like it was very democratic towards the end. It seemed even then the strong and rich wanted to control the minds and hearts of the rest and control their religion, their freedoms, their choices. At least we do it in the open, not slyly under the guise of freedom. Though I wish we had more benevolent monarchs. Jax and I haven't seen a lot of each other in the last few years, not since he was accepted into the Teutonic Domus. Of course I'm not surprised. The only thing surprising is that he is not allowed in the orders as a knight. If he were a pat, he would be. Why has no one adopted him and made him a knight? It makes no sense to me. I asked him once if he was doing what he could to find a patrician family to sponsor him, but he shrugged it off and said he was happy where he was. I don't accept that. I'm applying to the Teutonic Domus Air Force Division. I am going to become a pilot and find a way into the orders, where I can make a real difference. For 5 years I have honed myself into the best weapon I can. Soon, I will aim this weapon at the one man I have been hunting since I was 10 years old. Soon, I will find a way to take down Apex and his organization. Soon, I will be the arrow to pierce his heart. The day before my 18th birthday, I listen to the news, and I hear how the Shadow of Rome killed an Inquisitor. Volume level 6, I tell our e-screen. The volume increases, and a well-dressed newscaster gives a half smile, the kind that says, "I'm sympathetic, but also beautiful," as she describes the failed attack on Vatican City. The Shadow of Rome, a leader of Zenith rebels, struck a blow against the orders when she used her pyromatics to kill an Inquisitor. But fear not, for she has now been captured. Her execution is scheduled for the coming week at the Fortuna Festival. Looks like she's not lucky this year. I turn the e-screen off, shaking my head. The Nephilim were eradicated years ago, but still there is fighting. Will the world ever change? I am just about to leave when I hear my parents coming in the front door. They are arguing. They've been arguing more than usual lately, and it saddens me. Something happened when Mr. Lux died. Something changed in all of us, and I still haven't figured out what. This argument is about me.
I duck around the corner and lean against the wall, stilling my breath so they don't hear me. "She needs to know the truth," my mom says.
"She needs to be protected,"
my dad counters. My mom sighs. "We have protected her, Marcus, but we've also taught and trained her. Now we have to give her the choice. She needs to know her heritage."
"And what if they find out? What if they find out the whole truth? Then what?"
he asks.
"Then we protect her with our lives."
Her words have finality to them, and I shiver. My dad is silent for a moment. When he speaks, it's so softly I almost can't hear the words.
"We will tell her, but let's wait until after her birthday. This time of year is hard enough for her as it is, and she has her vision test soon. Let's wait until after that. Deal?"
"Deal. But we will tell her everything.
No more secrets. No more secrets."
They enter the room and smile at me. I want to ask them about their secrets, but I fear an argument. I wish I had been braver. Maybe it would have saved us all. On the day of my birth, I walk into the backyard and pick the freshest flowers I can find, slipping them into a vase. My dad watches from our porch as I walk down the old road, heading toward the house of old friends. When Mrs. Conray opens the door, her eyes are clear. She stopped drinking and using the day her husband sold their daughters to Apex. A few weeks later, her husband died of mysterious circumstances. The news reported it was likely the result of gambling debts. Looks like he didn't pay blackjack in time. Pity. Mrs. Conray opens the door to me and I step in. It smells clean and is tidy, if old. This is the home Ella and Brooke should have had.
"Can I offer you tea, Scarlett?"
I shake my head. "I have to get home soon, but I wanted to bring you these." She accepts the flowers and places them on a fireplace between pictures of the two girls. My throat thickens at the sight of their young faces. There's a picture there of the four of us as well. Ella, Brooke, me, and Jax. We were their only friends. They were our only friends.
"You don't have to keep bringing me flowers, dear girl,"
she says kindly. She felt guilty for many years. I could see it in her eyes each time I came. I know she still blames herself, but she's also trying to live. I admire that. I know I don't, but I want to. Someday, we will find them. I've been vowing that to her for 8 years, and I still mean every word. She reaches for my hand.
"I know you will. If anyone can, it's you."
She doesn't know what I can do, but maybe she sees it in my eyes. I will find the Apex and destroy him, and if Ella and Brooke are still alive, I will bring them home. It happens at nightfall. My mom sleeps on the couch where she spent all day recovering from fever. Dad and I play chess by the fireplace. I'm a few moves from winning, though I've thought so before, only to be proven wrong. My dad takes my bishop, and the e-glass around his ear beeps. He flips it over his eye and studies the display.
"I'm sorry, Scarlett,"
he says,
"but we'll have to finish later."
He walks upstairs. He's had calls like this before. My mother is usually awake and able to keep me from overhearing, but not today. I sneak up the stairs and stand outside my parents' room. The door is slightly open, cutting the dark hallway with a streak of light. I'm drawn closer, wondering why he didn't close the door as he always does. I peek inside. My dad paces his room, speaking. When he receives calls alone, he is often quiet. He is not quiet this time. His voice is full of urgency.
"We don't have more time." "You believe someone has found you?"
responds a deeper, older voice. My father steps toward his desk and outside my view.
They left a message. A threat?
Papers shuffle. He must be searching for something.
We need to move,
he says.
You've been safe for years. You are still safe. Sir, I won't. You will do what is necessary.
The shuffling stops. My father sighs.
What if they return?
He asks softly. The voice doesn't respond. My father chuckles. There's no joy in it.
You're willing to take the chance. Do your duty,
says the voice. There is no more talking. The call has ended. Footsteps. Toward the door. I rush for the staircase and start walking down.
Scarlet!
My father stands in the doorway, his dark hair a mess, his eyes tired.
Did you?
He points inside his room, then shakes his head.
Never mind. You should get some rest. Your test is...
He looks around, distracted. Tomorrow, I say. He focuses back on me.
I know. Have you considered what I said?
I nod. When I pass, I'm joining the Teutonic Domus. He bites his lip.
You know why I don't want you to.
I know, Dad. He smiles, but he doesn't look happy.
Get some sleep.
I will. I walk downstairs and put out the fire. Then I go to bed, trying to block out the questions spinning in my mind. Tomorrow I will test to become a pilot. Tomorrow is the day my future is decided. After an hour, sleep claims me with dreams of flying. It doesn't last. I wake in the middle of the night from my father's screams. He has nightmares from his time in the war. The terrors come and go. Tonight, they plague him for hours. I can only make out 2 words through the sounds of pain.
Forgive me.
I've spent my life in shades of gray. And my future, my dream of becoming a pilot, rests on my ability to see past my 2-toned world and into the nuances of shades that will help me pass this test. I stand in the middle of Sky Airfield, surrounded by airplanes, some taxiing, some grounded, all of them beautiful. I long to be in the cockpit of one of them, to feel the power and thrill of controlling a 300,000-pound metal tube with wings amongst the clouds. Dr. Creighton stands beside me, his glasses perched on the end of his nose, clipboard in hand, as we wait for the controller in the air traffic control tower to flash the first light from the light guns. I will have to identify which lights are green and which are red. If I pass, I'll get an exemption from my colorblindness and will be allowed to start flight training. If I fail, my dreams will end. I will not fail. I've been dreaming of flying since I was a child, since the first time I went up in a plane with my dad. When my parents realized I was colorblind, they tried to dissuade me from this career path, but I refused to budge. When my parents told my doctor the severity and rarity of my condition, he insisted it would be a waste of time. I insisted we'd try. Somehow, some way, I would fly. Dr. Creighton, the FA medical examiner responsible for issuing me a second-class medical certificate, something I need before I can train for my pilot's license, texts someone with his e-glass and then looks up at me.
Miss Knight, are you ready to begin?
I take a deep breath, reining in my nerves, and nod. I can do this. I tried to make a case that these restrictions were outdated rules from a bygone era that lacked the technology of today. I have my e-glass, and Evie, the most advanced artificial intelligence. She guides me through this colored world I live in gray by telling me what I see. I'll never be a danger or risk when I fly. But they persist, convinced that I have to navigate the sky without the aid of AI, just in case we ever lose it. But we are as likely to lose the ability to fly, so I fail to see the sense in this.
Still, I've been training without Evie for weeks to pass this one test. I'm ready. I nod and focus my sight on the horizon. Very well. He sighs, a resigned look of smug knowing on his face. I want to kick his kneecaps, but that won't help me get his stamp of approval. Instead, I close my eyes, control my breathing, and let my body relax. I imagine a world of color, a world denied to me since birth, and I will the lights in the sky to tell me their secrets, to give to me their truth so that I can see beyond the gray. When the first light flashes from the tower, I hesitate. Red or green? Red or green? Dr. Creighton clears his throat. Red or green, Scarlet? Red, I say, sure that the shades I see hint at what I've learned to be red. The next light gun flashes. Red. Then green. This one's different. I'm sure of it. Red again. 3 more greens. We continue this way for an eternity that's likely no more than 20 minutes. The heat from our warm summer beats down on me. Sweat pools under my arms. I ignore it and stay focused. Finally, he texts someone again, then clasps his pen to the clipboard. Very well. We're finished. I'll message you with your results once I've spoken to the controller. Can you give me any hint as to whether I did okay? I'm not above begging to stop this pain in my gut. My future hangs in the balance of his decision. I'm afraid not. For the first time, his brown eyes soften and he almost smiles. I'll let you know soon, though. The airport of Sky is huge, like a city of silver with tall buildings and long roads, people rushing to their destinations, lost in their e-glass displays. A street bot hums past me, and I'm not surprised they have those too. This place is bigger than my town, with security everywhere. Teutonic guards patrol the area, their white armor bulky and gleaming, and Inquisition officers randomly inspect civilians for drugs, weapons, or contraband. A group of them start searching a dark-haired man with a tag in his ear on the sidewalk. No surprise. Zeniths are always searched first. I keep my head down, hoping I'm not singled out next as I walk to Terminal 3. I pull my e-glass from my pocket and slip the small device around my ear. It turns on and Evie's voice speaks in her clipped British accent. Hello, Scarlet. How did your test go? No idea. Any chance you can hack into their system and get my results for me? The hacking skills you've programmed me with are likely sufficient. I can try if you would like. Tempting. So very tempting. But if they found out, I'd jeopardize everything. I'll just have to wait. I don't have the most current e-glass. Haven't upgraded since my parents first gave me the e-glass 3. So I can't give Evie the upgrade to do untraceable hacking. But I've made some of my own modifications, to the point that it can do more than any on the market today. Well, the legal market, anyway. I don't see my parents anywhere, but Jax comes out of the terminal carrying 2 cups of coffee. He smiles big. His eyes, they are blue, says Evie, locked on mine as he walks toward me. I accept the drink he hands me, relieved to finally see a friendly face. How'd it go? He asks. I don't know, I say between sips. He tousles my hair. I'm sure you aced it. I've never seen you fail at anything you set your mind to. Have you seen my parents? I ask, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. They're inside. We enter the terminal, and I see my mom finishing up a call on her e-glass. She flips it back over her ear as my dad pulls her onto his lap. Do you have a moment, Mrs. Knight? She grins at him, in that private way they have. A moment for what, good sir? My time is valuable. He pulls her closer and caresses her face with his hand. A moment for me to look upon the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She runs her hand through his dark hair, smiling.
For that, I suppose I can indulge you.
She leans in and kisses him as I approach. When she sees me, she laughs and pulls away.
Promise me, Scarlet, you will find a man as loving as your father.
I don't often admit this, but I secretly enjoy how crazy in love my parents are. And it makes me happy seeing them cozy with each other, given their recent arguments. My dad comes up to me, arms outstretched for a hug.
"How'd it go, Star?"
Hard to tell, I say, stepping away so my mom can get her hug too. His smile doesn't waver at my own uncertainty.
"Well, no matter what," he says, "you'll find a way to fly."
My mom hugs me next, her face still soft and glowy from flirting with my dad.
I'm proud of you no matter what. I know you think I don't support you in this, but I do, honey. I just want you to be happy doing something you love. That's all I've ever wanted.
I know, Mom, I say. She and my dad make a handsome couple standing together. Him tall, dark, and rugged. Her petite and pale like me. Jax pulls something out of his pocket and hands it to me.
I got you this gift, as a good luck charm.
I take the small silver bag from him and open it. Inside is a silver pin of wings with an N in the middle. My initial! I look up into his handsome face, my heart full of unexpressed emotion. These are pilot wings, I say.
Whatever happens today, you're a pilot, Scarlet. Born and bred. You deserve your wings.
He takes the pin from me and attaches it to my tank top. I hug him hard and whisper into his ear, "Thank you." He understands more than anyone what this means to me. My parents leave the airport because they have work to do, but Jax and I stay and eat at a restaurant, sharing things we did while we've been apart. Jax beat one of his mentors in a sparring contest. I won a chess tournament. 2 hours later, he drives me home, and we say goodbye.
"I'll come over tonight," he says, smiling. "We can watch something."
He still lives in the house he inherited from his father. I know he hates it, but it's hard to get a different place. It took him years to save up for even a car. "See you," I say, entering my home as he drives away. Harsh voices carry through the kitchen and into the living room, and I drop my purse on the couch, my gift from Jax tucked inside. My parents are arguing again, and I shamelessly eavesdrop. My mom sounds frustrated, like she's repeated herself too many times already and doesn't want to say it again.
"We've been ordered to stay."
"They've found us, Violet."
My dad sounds equally frustrated, though he does his best to hide it. Of the three of us, he has the most patience. His words send a chill up my spine. Who's found us? And why would anyone be looking for us to begin with?
"We don't know that for sure,"
my mom says, walking out of the kitchen, my dad following. When her blue eyes land on me, she smiles, but it doesn't soften the anxiety on her face.
"Hi, honey. We didn't realize you were home."
"I just got in," I tell her, and I decide that it's time I knew exactly what was happening. "What's going on? Who's found us?" My dad, running his hands through his hair, looks at my mom, and she nods, her lips pressed into a thin line. Turning his attention back to me, he takes a breath.
"Come with me. I'll show you."
I remember the conversation I overheard earlier. "Why now?" I ask.
"Because..." His eyes are sad. "Perhaps we were wrong. Perhaps we were wrong about everything."
Chapter 8. The Bunker. My dad walks toward the front door, and I follow, expecting my mom to come, but she reaches for the call button on her e-glass instead as she brushes aside a lock of blonde hair.
"If you're sure about this, I've got to tell the council we're leaving. I'll be right out. My dad nods sharply once, then leads me outside and behind our house, toward the bunker. I'm about to find out the truth, and that knowledge sends pinpricks of nerves over my skin. I rub my hands together, forcing warmth back into them despite the heat of the early evening. Dad, what's going on?
I wish I had time to tell you everything in a more gentle way. But the time for training is done. Now, we can only hope you learned everything you needed to.
With those cryptic words, my dad brushes aside leaves and branches and dirt that hide the door. He keeps his left hand clenched, and I realize he's holding something small and dark, but I can't tell what it is. Using his thumbprint, he unlocks the door and pulls it open, triggering an emergency light. Shadows dance beneath me as I follow my dad down the ladder. Once inside, I prepare myself for something extraordinary. But I'm disappointed to find that it's fairly typical looking. Canned foods, extra water, guns and ammo, 3 cots, blankets, all the survival basics. Why didn't you want me in here? I ask.
Because of what you might find,
he says. I pick up a can of beef stew and raise my eyebrow. Really? He chuckles, almost sounding like my normal dad.
Not that.
He opens an electrical panel and flips some of the switches.
Stand back,
he says. I take 2 steps back, and then my breath catches in my throat. The wall in front of us begins to open, revealing a secret room. There are weapons laid on tables to either side of us. More guns, but also swords, knives, a javelin. Weapons I recognize from books but have never seen in real life. Weapons that are polished, sharpened, and well cared for. Between the tables, to our right and left, are 2 large steel cases, each embossed with an intricate tree with the carving of a hand in the center. I tap my e-glass, setting it to record. I want to document whatever it is I'm about to discover. I watch, a stillness taking over my body, as my father walks to the case on the right and places his hand in the carving. It fits perfectly, and streams of light begin to form around his hand, filling the crevices of the carving like liquid, pooling out until it fills the whole tree. Once each leaf glows with the light, the case begins to unlock, clicking and moving through a series of internal gears until my father can pull the front panel open. Inside, silver, according to Evie, armor, polished to a high sheen, adorns a mannequin roughly my father's size and shape. The armor is covered with a design of elegant, stylized branches.
My old armor,
my father says, almost to himself. He slides his free hand over it with care, the other still clutching something hidden, then begins taking the armor off the mannequin. I stand there, dumbfounded, trying to fit this new information with what I know of my mild-mannered father who crunches numbers for a living. Dad, who are you, really? What are you, really? Because clearly you're not just an accountant. I stare at his armor as he releases another clasp on it. Unless the definition of businessware has changed. He chuckles again, and the familiarity of that sound helps me to breathe easier, if only just a little.
I am an accountant, Scarlet, but I wasn't always one. There's more to me than that.
His palm opens, revealing what he's been holding. A black ring, ancient-looking, with small spikes lining the inside. He sets it down on the table next to me and begins putting on the armor. I focus on the ring, fascinated by the piece of jewelry that looks more like a torture device. I touch it and cut myself, a pool of blood forming on my finger. Ouch! What on earth? My dad looks down at the ring,
A token of strife, he says.
What's that? I ask as I watch my dad transform into an armored warrior. He looks like a knight.
It means an old argument is to be settled, one way or another,
he says as he finishes putting on his armor. He picks up the ring again and looks at it, his eyes distant and sad. Then he slips it onto his finger and grimaces in pain as the spikes bite into his flesh. A small trickle of blood runs down his hand. I watch in shock. Why did you do that? He looks up, surprised, as if he forgot I was here.
Sometimes pain can serve as a reminder to finish what we start.
Thanks, Dad. That explains everything. He hooks the last piece of his armor, his helmet, to his side.
I'll explain more later, but right now, I need your help.
He walks to the very end of the room where one more case stands, this time with 2 handprints on it. He puts his hand in one, then looks at me.
Place your hand on it,
he says. I do as instructed, and once again everything begins to glow, spreading over the design until all the crevices and carvings fill with light. The locks shift and move with the sound of old metal being woken up. I pull my hand away and stare at it. This was made for me?
No, for your mother, he says, but you're close enough genetically for it to work.
The case opens, revealing a solid piece of glass? I run a hand over it, marveling at the beauty, even in black and white. This isn't glass. It feels like crystal. A huge rectangular crystal box, taller than my dad, and several feet deep. It's carved with more intricate designs, and I can almost make out something within the crystal. What's in there?
A weapon,
my dad says.
One we must protect at all costs.
From under one of the tables he pulls out a furniture dolly and places it at the base of the case, then switches a lever that lowers the crystal box out and onto the dolly. Neat trick, I say, and I realize my parents must have built all of this themselves.
We need to get this to the truck.
He puts his helmet on top of the weapon. I picture the entrance to our bunker, and imagine us trying to push this huge mass of crystal up to the surface. I'm surprised, not because it seems impossible, but because I don't doubt we'll succeed. I've always known I was different. I've always been stronger than others my age. I've always healed faster. I push and he pulls until we stand under the open door.
Climb out and wait for your mother, he says.
When I reach the top, she's already there. My dad has already pushed the crystal the rest of the way so that the top reaches the opening.
Ready?
He calls from below. Ready, my mom says, gripping it on the right side. Get the other side, Scarlet. There's a carved handle. I move to the other side and find the groove in the crystal where my hand fits.
On 3,
my dad says from below.
1, 2, 3!
I pull with everything in me. And, by the orders, the thing moves. A bit shocked that we actually moved it, I let go of my side, and the weapon slides back a few inches. My dad grunts, and my mom centers herself to grab both sides, her body draped over the top of the weapon as her muscles flex and she pulls the box out by herself. I scramble to help, belatedly, and assist in getting the tail end safely on the ground as my dad climbs the stairs with the dolly. I knew we would succeed, but I'm still amazed at what we just accomplished. She doesn't even look at me, just helps my dad get it on the dolly again. Like all of this is totally normal. She looks at my dad with a serious expression.
Are you sure?
He nods.
They will come.
She holds his gaze for a long moment, then nods as well.
Okay then, let's hurry.
As we get the crystal to the truck, my mom looks at me, a frown on her face.
I'm sorry, honey. You weren't supposed to find out this way.
What have I actually found out? Was I ever supposed to find out? She bites her lip.
I have to go back to the bunker for my armor. Let's get this in the truck quickly.
I throw open the back of our truck, which resembles a small moving van. My parents make short work of getting the weapon into the truck while I watch and wonder. Who are we protecting this from? I ask. My dad looks down at his horrible ring, the token of strife.
An old friend.
I'm about to ask more when the crack of thunder fills the sky. All three of us look up. The clouds catch the rays of the setting sun, bursting with the colors of the retreating day. But then they change, shifting, spinning like a whirlpool in the air, forming a funnel.
They're here,
my dad says, his voice too calm, too quiet, too controlled. Because I can sense that whoever they are, it's bad. Really bad. And my heart skips a beat, shifting and bumping erratically in my chest. But I can't pull my eyes away from the sky as the center of the whirlpool lights up and a beam of golden light blasts down into the field beside our house. Even without Evie whispering the colors in my ear, I know. The golden light of it burns into my soul. And then a figure emerges from the light, clad in shining golden armor, holding a sword in the sky like an avenging hero. No, not a hero. As the golden wings unfurl, as the light brightens and radiates around the figure, I see the truth. Not a hero. A Nephilim. Chapter 9. Checkmate. The Nephilim emerges from the beam of light, and others follow. They wear similar armor, but they don't have wings or a sword. Instead, they march toward us with long silver guns in their hands. Guns that weren't made by humans. Guns I've never seen before. I stand in shock. Nephilim don't exist anymore. They were exterminated during the war. And this one, I've never seen anything like it. Not even in news clips and videos. The wings are bigger, brighter, more glorious than anything I've ever seen or imagined. My dad moves to stand in front of me and my mother.
Go! Now! I'll hold them off!
My mother looks at my dad, her face filled with such sorrow it chokes my heart. It's the look of someone saying goodbye. Forever. I turn back to my dad. If you're staying, I'm staying. The Nephilim and soldiers are still a distance away, trudging through the overgrown grass that surrounds our house. But they'll be here soon enough. My dad grips my shoulders as he faces me. His torture ring digs into my skin.
We can't win this, my little star.
I want to argue, but with a tear trying to escape his dark eyes, I can't.
It's too late for that, he continues. Get the weapon to safety. Don't let this be for nothing.
He makes eye contact with my mother one more time, then reaches for her hand. She runs into his arms with a sharp cry. He kisses her once, whispers something in her ear, and then turns away.
Go!
He moves quickly, inhumanly fast, as his armor begins to glow blue, the carvings lighting up. He dashes around the soldiers, avoiding the gunfire that comes out of their weapons like streams of flame, cutting them down one by one with his sword. He fights the way I saw Myrden fight, but even faster, more precise. He fights like a knight of legend. The Nephilim hovers over our field, watching the carnage.
Scarlet, get in and close the door!
My mother is in the front seat of the truck. I move as if fire runs in my veins, jumping into the back of the truck, next to the weapon. "Don't let this be for nothing," he'd said. My stomach clenches. By this he meant his death. I watch as he continues to fight soldier after soldier. As he kills each one, a new one pours from the portal. Hope plants itself in my heart. My dad can win this. He can. Finally, he faces the Nephilim, who moves away from the bright, golden, thanks Evie, I get it, everything's golden, light. The portal shimmers and fades the closer the Nephilim comes to my father. "Let us end this," my father says, holding his sword forward. I thought my father moved fast. But the Nephilim turns into a blur, moving at speeds the human eye can't even hold on to. Before my dad can react, the Nephilim slams a giant fist into the side of his face, knocking off his helmet. I feel the blow in my own body, or at least that's what it seems like. My dad flies backward, toward me, smashing into the ground below me. Half his face is torn to shreds, broken, blood pouring out of flesh and bone. I swallow my own bile, tears sliding down my cheeks. The truck lurches forward, and I grip the crystal box to keep from falling out. My mom is leaving. Without my dad. I look down at him again and see his chest rise and fall. Slowly. Painfully. He is still alive. "Scarlet, close the door!" My mother sounds desperate with fear. But I can't be the good girl right now, doing what I'm told, following the commands of others. I can't blindly obey. Not when my father is dying and needs my help. It seems hopeless, that much is true. A memory, unbidden, comes to me, of playing chess with my dad. His dark hair falling in his eyes as he moved the chess pieces around the board. I'd lost everything but my king. He still had an army. "I give up," I told him. "You win." My dad smiled. "It's not over. If you persist, you can still tie the game. If you're left with no moves, then it's a stalemate. One can triumph over many, as long as she's too stubborn to lose." His grin was infectious, and I smiled back at him. And I didn't give up. I used my one last piece on the board to tie the game. As the truck moves again, I know I have to make a choice. Leave with my mother, or stay and help my dad. I jump off the truck. Maybe I can't win against the Angel of Death, but I can at least tie the game. One piece can still stop this. I run to my father and fall to my knees over his body just as the Nephilim arrives in a flurry of movement and rushing air. The Nephilim raises a glowing sword and lets it fall over my father's throat. One cut, and he will die. I play the only move I have left to play. I hold out my hands and grab the blade in midair. Chapter 10. Gray Blood. Pain. Agonizing pain. My attention flickers for a moment as I wait for the sword to slice through my body like warm butter. But the Nephilim freezes, as if in shock. I hold the blade as it cuts through flesh, hitting bone, as blood covers me, as pain tears a new hole in me. I hold the blade. This monster will not take my father from me. I know I can't last long, that I have to do something before my hands give way to the bitterly sharp steel. Everything happens in a breath. I let go with one hand and try to grab my father's sword, but the Nephilim lifts a powerful armored leg and kicks me in the gut. All the air in my body rushes out in one near-fatal whoosh.
My lungs crack, and I fly into the night like a broken doll, limp and useless. My body crashes to the hard dirt ground, and I tumble across the field. I struggle to catch my breath, to regain my vision, to stay alive. Through a haze I see the Nephilim 10 meters away, soaring toward me with wings ablaze, swords smeared with my blood. I can't move, can't think. I have no pieces left to play. I choke on my own blood as I prepare for death, knowing I've failed my father. But before the Nephilim can reach me, our truck crashes into it. The sound of metal crunching fills my head. My vision blurs again, reality fading in and out. My mother, she came back. She could have left, could have saved herself, protected the weapon. But she came back. I want to scream at her to leave, that Dad was right. We can't win this one. It's too late. But she exits the truck, her small body coiled and ready to strike. She looks at me, her eyes moist. Run. Scarlet, you have to find a way to run. I'll distract them. I love you. I try to sit up, to stop her, to tell her we can leave together. But a wave of dizziness and pain sends my mind tumbling into the past. Another time, another place, a hot pipe falling toward me. I was little, just a girl. My mother pushed me out of the way and the pipe hit her instead. She carries the scar to this day. She calls it the scar of a mother's love. And now my mother will sacrifice her life to save mine, just as my father had. My mother runs toward the Nephilim. I wait in horror to see her cut down by that bloody sword, her petite frame impaled upon it. But she surprises me, fighting with a speed and ferocity I didn't know she possessed. Still, she won't last against the Nephilim. I have to find a way to help. My eyes fall on a dead soldier clutching his otherworldly gun. I stand, legs shaky, everything on my body hurting so much the pain almost takes on a new form, as if I'm a ball of pain and nothing more. I embrace it, let it fuel me as I take a step, then two, faster, until I'm stumble running toward the gun. I grab it with my torn and shredded hands. It slips from them, the blood giving me no grip. Using my shirt, I wipe my hands, flinching as tissue pushes out of the cuts in my flesh, as my bones poke out. I pick up the gun again, trying to determine if it has a safety. When I discover nothing, I aim the muzzle at the Nephilim, ready to fire. I pull the trigger. Nothing. I flip my e-glass over my eye. Evie, can you identify this gun? She scans it, and the image of a red X appears. I'm sorry, Scarlet, but nothing like this exists. Well, obviously that's not true, since I'm holding the thing in my hands. The Nephilim roars with the sound that shakes the heavens and grabs my mother, smashing her against the truck. A loud crack rings through the air, and her body falls limply to the ground. She doesn't move. There's no rise and fall to her chest. I shake the gun, my rage consuming me as I will it to work. I aim again and pull the trigger. It spits out fire and something else, a bullet that blazes into the Nephilim, knocking it to the ground. The creature looks into the sky, and another whirlpool forms, bringing down a new wave of soldiers. Will this never end? Evie, search all databases for Nephilim weaknesses. As you wish, she says. I know Nephilim are born of human and angel blood, though no angel has been seen on Earth in many hundreds of years. Since biblical times, really. They're almost myth. If not for the Nephilim, and the angel technology we've acquired through them, I'm not sure anyone would still believe in angels. A stream of information flickers in my e-glass, none of it helpful. Gun in broken hands, I limp to the truck, knowing I only have one chance of living through this night and killing these monsters. My mom's body lays on the ground, so still, so pale. I can't look at her, can't process the loss of her just yet. I have to act, have to keep my head. Because I was wrong. I'm not out of moves, not out of pieces to play. I have one last move, and I have to use it now. The crystallized weapon is still in the truck. I run my hand over it, trying to find some way of opening it, using it. I find nothing. The soldiers move closer to me. They'll be here in moments, and I'll be dead. Out of all ideas, I hold my gun up and aim it at the crystal case. I fire once. The crystal cracks. One small line that runs its blemish through the beautiful carvings. I wait. Nothing else happens. The soldiers reach me. They aim their guns and fire before I can even turn around. I thought I couldn't feel more pain, that I'd maxed out the human capacity to endure. I was wrong. The bullet of fire enters my body and moves through me, leaving a trail of burning agony in its wake. I slump over the crystal box, my blood seeping out of me, staining the opaque quartz. Red. Scarlet. Evie whispers the color of my own name into my ear as I slowly die. My last vision is of scarlet blood, still just gray to me, spreading into the cracks, into the intricate carvings that decorate the encasement. It almost seems to glow, and I smile and close my eyes as the crystal shatters and darkness takes me. Chapter 11. Token of Strife. I should be dead. That's my first thought as consciousness forces itself onto me. I know I'm not dead because of the smell. I smell like blood and sweat and fear. Surely the afterlife doesn't smell so very human. I peel my eyes open, and am relieved to find that my head doesn't explode in pain. Relieved and confused. I look at my hands. Though not completely healed, I can no longer see bone. My body is healing itself at an alarming rate, unusual even for me, and I've always healed fast. I feel for the hole in my chest and find only the remnants of a wound, still open, still bleeding, but not piercing through my body. On top of my chest I find the bullet that had once been inside me. Somehow it was pushed out. I brush it off me as fuzzy memories dance in my mind. Of my blood filling the crevices of the crystal. Of it cracking. Of something else. Something inside. My blood! I look at my shirt and gasp. My blood! My red blood! Scarlet blood. I'm covered in it. Covered in red. Evie, you there? Nothing. While I've survived, my e-glass hasn't. But I don't need her voice to tell me the colors. I can see them. I can see in color. The white interior of the truck, the clear brilliance of the now broken and empty crystal box, the lines of crimson that fill the design, my blue sneakers with dark red blood drying on them, the pale cream color of my skin. It's dizzying, the nuances of color all around me. Everything also smells stronger, sharper, more.
I shake my head and stand, grateful I have balance and can walk. I need time to catch up to whatever my body is doing, but not now. Blinking, adjusting to so many new spectrums of sensory overload, I grabbed the gun lying next to me, and then paused to examine the crystal box that now stands open. A crack runs through it, an empty hollow where the weapon had once been. Mist rises from within and smells like something wet that's been burned. I crawl out of the truck, gun in hand, and press my e-glass again. Still nothing. I take it off my ear, slip the memory chip out of it, and leave the e-glass in the truck. It's beyond repair, but I can hopefully retrieve something from the chip later, so I stick it in my shoe. Whatever happens tonight, I want to keep this with me. It's my only evidence, my only clue. Another memory slides back into my mind, unclear and full of shadows. A man in black leaning over me, and someone fighting. Around the truck lay all the soldiers who attacked me. Dead. I didn't do this. Someone's been here. I don't know how long I've been unconscious, but the sun has fully set, and to my right a weeping willow blazes with fire. I remember planting the seed with my father. He told me we'd have our whole lives to watch it grow. But his life has been cut short. Grief grips my heart, and I don't see the soldier still alive until it's too late. He grabs me, knocking the gun out of my hand and throwing me to the ground next to the bodies of my parents. Someone moved them. Someone laid them together. I stare at their lifeless forms, but it doesn't seem real. None of it could possibly be real. They look fake, like Halloween props gruesomely arranged for the most fright. But I know. In my heart, I know this is not a dream. This is not fake. I grip my father's hand, a sob breaking free from my throat. His ring, the token of strife, digs into my still wounded flesh. I pull it off his finger and clutch it to my chest. The soldier holds a gun to me while he speaks to someone through an e-glass in a language I don't understand. I know I will die, and, despite what my father taught me, I can't see another move in this horrible, bloody game. I just want to lay there with them. Die with them. The grief is too much. The pain of their loss too big to feel fully. My heart hurts more than any injury I've ever sustained. So I lay there, and I wait for the soldier to kill me. But as I look at my mother, I remember her sacrifice, how she wanted me to live. She gave her life so I would live. And I remember stories my father used to tell me about knights. As a little girl, I didn't dress in princess costumes and play with dolls. I dressed as a knight and saved worlds. My father talked to me about how they could be dangerous when they abused their power, but they could also be great. He never told me he was a knight himself. He and my mother. Why hadn't he told me? In the end, they were both heroes who died for me, and I will not let their sacrifice be in vain. With a renewed will to live, I raise my head, sit up, and face the soldier who is poised to kill me. I have no plan. No knight to save me. He holds his gun to my head and prepares to squeeze the trigger. I leap up and grab him, pushing his gun away as I hold onto his arms. A wave of heat pulses through me. My head swims with double images. Power swells in me like a hungry fire. The soldier freezes, staring at me. And I'm in his mind, seeing myself through his eyes. This bruised, bloody, beaten girl with torn clothes and dead parents. I feel his loathing for not just me, but all of humanity, in our weakness and lowliness. And I see him again, in my eyes. It's as if I exist within us both, seeing us each through the eyes and heart of the other. Soldiers I hadn't noticed approach from behind him, likely to see what's going on with the captive. Everything in my mind jumbles together in that moment. Him, me, them, all of it. In fear, in a last-ditch effort to save myself, I raise the gun, his gun, and fire at the soldiers moving toward us. They drop to the ground, dead, and I fall back into my own body, hitting the ground with a thud, hands shaking, reality still fragmented by whatever I just did. The soldier before me, the one I controlled, turns and aims his gun at me. Then a sword impales him in the chest. I look up and into the eyes of the last person I expect to see tonight. Jax? Jax falls to his knees in front of me, the sword still clutched in his right hand, his jaw hard, face determined. He doesn't look shocked. He should look shocked.
Are you okay, Scarlet?
I don't know how to answer that. No, I'll never be okay again. But I'm alive. I'm not going to die from my injuries. That's probably what he wants to know. I give a brief nod. He glances at my parents' bodies, but keeps his face emotionless.
Do you know where the weapon is?
You know about that? I ask.
Yes, I know about everything. There's no time to explain. We have to get out of here. But first, we've got to secure the weapon.
It's not there, I tell him. It's gone.
Show me,
he says. He helps me stand, and I lead him to the truck, where the crystal remains are still swimming in pools of my blood.
We have to go,
he says after a quick examination.
Now!
I can't leave them! I pull him back toward my house. We have to get my parents! His eyes aren't unkind, but they hold no room for sentiment either.
We don't have time. You're in danger. If we don't leave now, they will come back, and we'll both be dead.
As if cued by his words, lights once again appear in the sky. I can't be responsible for another death, for another life. We run toward my father's plane, and I try not to spare a glance at my parents' fallen forms, but I can't stop myself. As Jax preps the plane, I look at them one last time, lying together on the cold earth, their hearts forever stopped. I've never seen them in color while they were alive. They were always shades of gray to me. Now, in their death, I see the rich oak of my father's hair, the golden beauty of my mother's long braid. I just wish I could see their eyes. Just one last time. I wish I could look them in the eyes and tell them how much I love them. Jax nudges me toward the plane, and I clutch the token of strife in my hand, relishing the pain it causes. Their death will not be in vain. The inside of the plane smells like my dad. His cologne. A musky, minty scent that makes my eyes burn with unshed tears. I run my hand over the control panels. I know this plane better than I know my own bedroom. I've spent countless hours flying in it with my dad, learning what every light and button means. I can fly it myself, but everything inside me has gone numb. So I let Jax take the controls. I still have so many questions, so many things that don't make sense about this night. But I only have the voice for one. Where are we going? He doesn't take his eyes off the controls as we taxi down our short runway.
Castelviani.
So we're going to New York, the place where knights are trained. What's going on? Jax doesn't show any emotion.
Everything will be explained when we get there.
The plane leaves the ground, and my stomach drops. I've always loved this feeling. relished it. But tonight, there is no joy, not even in flight. I hug myself, trying to keep warm. Jax finally looks at me, his eyes softening. I'm sorry, Scarlet. I'm so sorry. I can't tell you anything more. I'm not allowed. But I promise you'll understand soon. Can you trust me? Just for a little while longer? His dark eyes plead with me, but my heart remains unmoved. I am too torn by fear and anger, by sadness and grief, by the whirlwind of events that has swept me away. My parents betrayed me, lied to me. I trust no one. But I can give him time. He's my link to discovering the truth. And if he doesn't give me what I want... I reach down and feel the bulge in my shoe, making sure the chip is still there. I have one other place to look for answers. I close my eyes, and the weight of the day smothers me in darkness. His back is to me, the tall man with broad shoulders, a black cloak billowing around him. Woods surround us, dark, foreboding, the trees towering over us with long shadows born of the night. He walks forward, and I run to him, but the woods stretch before me, putting him forever out of reach. The air around me is thick, heavy, coating my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Dead leaves fall from the trees as I run past them, catching the moonlight on their frail brown skin. The man before me stops. I run faster, knowing I must reach him, knowing he is important. But again the woods trick me. I trip and look down, expecting to find a root has caught my foot. It is not a root, but a hand, a skeletal hand attached to a decaying body. I scream, stumble forward, only to land on more dead things. I realize that what I thought were piles of leaves are piles of corpses, eyes forever open, staring at me with accusations unspoken but heard nonetheless. I keep running, trying to escape the death around me. I arrive in a clearing where the corpses form a hill of dead bodies. The man in black stands at the base. On top is a throne, a giant gleaming thing made of midnight, with a blood-red banner over it. Sitting on the throne is a little girl with a white lace dress, her long blonde hair parted into braids with white ribbon. She's playing with a giant glowing ball. Our eyes meet. She smiles, but something isn't right with that smile. Her teeth, 2 of them protrude. Too long, too sharp. She holds the white glowing ball out to me. The man, his back still turned to me, speaks, his voice filling the clearing. "Choose!" The girl's voice repeats. "Choose!" Together they chant, "Choose!" I don't understand. "Who are you?" I ask, but my voice is carried on the wind and dies before it reaches him. I run to the man, grip his shoulders, turn him to me. I wake with a start, my head still filled with the voices of that man and that girl. The plane hits the pavement of a runway. That's what woke me. We've landed. I look out the window at my first glimpse of Castle Viani. Chapter 12. Castle Viani. To understand me, you must understand the castle. It sits upon the eastern shore, a wall of faded white stone, and behind them, a city conjured in the dreams of children. The streets are wide and open as winter's fields, the buildings old and varied as autumn's leaves, the people bright and eager,
always a smile upon them. They are merchants, workers, performers, for the castle holds all kinds of men, but above all, it holds knights. They are bigger than most men, not in weight or height, though of course some are, but in the way they carry themselves. They walk with a dancer's grace, and their eyes never look down. They move for no one. But when two knights come together, and then always one yields. In their eyes, you see, it is not an easy thing. These are not creatures made for bending. These are creatures for war. These are creatures like me. But they are also more, as if they are gods, and I made in their image. I want to be one of them, not because I crave power, but because I fear weakness. It is the way I have always been. I cannot be weak. The price is too high. When I first see the castle, I do not imagine it would ever be my home, for it is so old and grand, and I am so young and small. For I am a plebe, and this is a place of old lords and high ladies, of pure men and rich men, of knights and princes, of patricians. When I dreamt I would study there, I had dreamt too big. For what do I know of politics? What do I know of ruling? After a moment, I realize it is my doubt speaking. I tell it to be quiet. I climb out of my father's plane, out of the last familiar piece of my life, and walk into a world that blends the past and the future into something new. There is a tower, draped in red banners, with a balcony amongst the clouds, looming over me. I see a glass elevator ride to the top, the people inside gawking at the people below. Jax sees me staring as we walk down the airstrip, the ground beneath us gleaming silver under a silver moon. "This castle was built in France," he says, answering the questions I have yet to ask. "It was transported here piece by piece." Why not just build something new? They say the building itself holds ancient magic. Strange things have been known to happen in the castle, though I suspect it is not magic behind them, but ATAC. I can't pull my focus from the world around me. I marvel at the colors, at how much I've missed with just Evie translating my black and white existence. I wish she were here to help me identify the different shades mixing before me. Reds, blues, oranges, and greens. They're dizzying, turning my stomach. But the feeling is worth the view. I wish more fiercely than anything I could share this with my parents. But I shoved the painful thought away. I'll pull it out when I'm finally alone and have a moment to break down. Because once I start crying, I fear I'll never stop. And there are still answers to uncover. "Where are we going?" I ask. My clothing has stuck to me with blood and sweat and dirt. My hair hangs in clumps around my sore, bruised head, the normal pale blonde stained red. But I hold my chest high, ignoring the glances of those around us. "We're going straight to the council. I tried to argue you needed rest first, but they want to talk to you. With the weapon missing, it's a matter of global security." I stare at Jax, the boy I grew up with, the boy I mowed lawns with as a child. His jaw is set in a hard line, and he walks with purpose. He walks like a soldier, and he looks like a stranger. Why am I here? He stops and looks at me, and for a moment a flicker of the boy I knew flashes in his eyes. "Because this is the only place you'll be safe, Scarlet." He reaches for my hand and holds it. "I failed your parents. I can't fail you too. I can't lose the last person I love." Earlier today, those words would have brought me comfort. Now they fall at my feet like a dead thing.
I say nothing and follow him through the parking structure to a black car with order plates. "You work for the orders?" I ask, not even surprised anymore. "I'm a Teutonic Knight, a guardian, like my father was, once. I work for the 4 orders under the authority of the Pope." Everything. All of it. My whole life has been a lie. "Your father didn't die in a car crash, did he?" I get into the car and slam the door shut. Jack starts the engine and pulls out. "No, he didn't." His face looks haunted, and I can tell he won't elaborate. So I don't ask for more. In this moment, as calloused as it sounds, I don't care about his father while my own father's body was left to rot on our lawn. "My parents were patricians," I say. It's not a question. "Yes." "And I'm—" The words don't come. For tonight, I only wish to be Scarlet Knight. I only wish to be the homeschooled plebe who lives with her parents in the kingdom of sky. I only wish that girl still lived. I say nothing more, and we begin to drive. The sights of the town blur past me. Storefronts and small homes with big yards, a downtown area with street vendors set up on cobblestone streets. Everglow lights line the walking paths, and a steel sculpture of a cross hovers over an intersection. We flew for 3 hours, and most shops are closed at this time of night. I reach up to tap on my e-glass, but remember it's not there. Jax catches my movement. "I'll pick you up a new one. I know you need it to help with colors." That's not true anymore, but I know I can't tell him, though I don't know why. "Thanks. I'll need it for other reasons, though. I'll need it to review the chip I have, and to keep tabs on the outside world. The people Jax works for would of course bug whatever device I get, but I can override that easily enough and make it my own. Bring my Evie back. I've spent too much time custom coding her to lose all that now. We drive onto Vianney Bridge, a drawbridge, currently open. It's the only path I see to the castle fortress, which is cut off from the walled city by a moat. It is much like a smaller version of the island, which is separated from the mainland by rivers. We pass through the giant open gates, covered in engravings of knights. The gray stone facade of the castle gleams in the moonlight with chips of obsidian. At the end of the moat, 2 guards stand to either side of the gate, dressed in light armor with a V crest on the right side of their chest and a Celtic cross on the left. Jax holds out his hand and shows them his ring, something I didn't notice him slip on. It has the crest of Teutonic Knights, wings in red and black. They nod, and he ushers me into the castle courtyard. A gentle breeze blows the hair off my face, cooling my fevered skin as we walk down a path surrounded by trees and gardens. "This is where many students come to walk, hang out, read, or study," he says. We only see 2 students this late at night. Both have on black cloaks with the V crest embossed in gold and silver thread on their chests and their back. "Those are initiates," he says. "They'll receive their final uniforms when they're accepted by an order." The 4 orders: Teutonic, Inquisition, Hospitaller, and Templar. "What order were my parents?" He looks at me, his eyes holding deep sadness. "Your parents were Templars." Of course. Templars are the protectors and keepers of secrets, the inner circle that knows things no one else does. It's these secrets that killed my family. It's these secrets I have to unravel. Jax leads me into the castle, with high ceilings and walls covered in ancient paintings and tapestries depicting great battles. Torches light the hallways, but rather than fire, they contain a different kind of light, smokeless and blue
rather than red. Angel light. Old and new. Ancient and modern. The past and the future. My body aches. I am tired and hungry, though when I think of food, nothing sounds remotely appetizing. A deep thirst digs a hole in my gut, but I ignore it. I study my hands, still cut, still bloody, but nowhere near as destroyed as they had been. I remember seeing my own bone protrude through the gashes. Now, though the wounds are deep enough to show flesh, they will heal. They are healing. We wind through passages in the castle and stop in front of a great wooden door. Jax holds out his hand, his eyes digging into mine. I know I lied to you, Scarlet. I know you don't trust me right now, and that's okay. But please know that our relationship has never been a lie. My feelings for you, even the ones I haven't been able to express, they have never been a lie. I won't let anything happen to you. I swear it on my life. I take his hand. What choice do I have? I have to believe the boy I grew up with is somewhere inside the soldier before me. I have to believe that something in my life has been real. I can't deal with the alternative. It hurts to hold his hand, but I don't pull away, and neither does he as we enter a large hall. 5 great stone seats form a semicircle above us. In the middle sits an old man with a long gray beard and gray hair. He wears silver glasses and carries a carved walking stick with a crystal globe on the top. His black robes hang from sharp shoulders, and he has the V symbol on one side of his chest and a red cross, the Templar symbol, on the other. Jax points to the woman to his right. She's the head of Hospitaller. The woman looks to be in her early 40s, Spanish, with cold, calculating dark eyes. Her A-line dark, straight hair frames her face sharply. Next to her sits a man with a hawk nose, dark, squinty eyes, and a smile that makes my skin crawl. That's the head of the Inquisition, Jax whispers. Stay away from him if you can. He doesn't need to tell me twice. To the left sits the head of the Teutonic Knights, a young-looking blonde woman who holds a sword and wears armor similar to the men at the drawbridge. Next to her is the second Templar. The Chancellor in the middle is the head of Templar, but there must be 5 council members always, so his second acts as the 5th. The Chancellor turns to look at me, and the council quiets down. To our left and right stands an unmoving line of Teutonic guards. They don't make me feel any safer.
"We bring this gathering to order," says the Chancellor with a commanding British accent. "We have come to hear witness the testimony of Scarlet Knight on the death of Marcus and Violet Knight, and the theft of the weapon the knights were tasked to protect."
Jax steps forward.
"I have brought her as instructed,"
he says in a formal tone. The head of his order nods. "What's become of the weapon?" she asks, sitting forward on her chair. The Inquisition head gives her an irritated look.
"It is the Chancellor's job to inquire, Gabriella. Can you not go through one meeting without speaking out of turn?"
The Chancellor pounds his walking stick on the ground.
"Silence!"
He turns to the man.
"And it is also my job to correct anyone on this council who speaks out of turn. Ragathon."
Ragathon bows his head, but his eyes do not look contrite. The Chancellor turns his eyes to mine, and then they are all staring at me, each looking as if they will devour me with their questions.
"Tell us everything that happened tonight."
With the fewest words possible, I recount everything I can remember of the evening, editing out details I don't feel entirely comfortable sharing. The chip I took, shooting at the weapon, the man I vaguely remember seeing, the way I controlled that soldier and got him to kill the others.
"And what happened to the weapon?"
the Chancellor asks. "I don't know. I was injured and lost consciousness, as I said. When I woke, the crystal box was empty." Ragathon's head shoots up.
"The weapon was removed?"
"Yes." "Where did it go?" Gabriella asks. "I have no idea," I say truthfully. The head of Hospitaller, who has so far been silent, speaks. "Can you describe the exact details of the casing? What it looked like when you woke up? Anything you can remember, no matter how small or inconsequential it may seem?" I've already said everything I'm willing to. I didn't tell them about the blood, because I couldn't have lost that much blood and survived, and my current wounds won't account for the amount of bloodshed I saw. But they'll know if they have a team there. I decide on the partial truth. There was blood everywhere. My blood. My parents' blood. Probably some blood from the soldiers my parents killed before dying. It was dark, so it was hard to tell.
Ragathon scoffs. "It's not that hard to see blood, even in the dark." "With all due respect," Jack says, "Scarlet is colorblind. For her it would be hard to tell. She can't see any colors at all."
Ragathon ignores him and turns to the Chancellor.
"With all due respect, Chancellor."
Though with the way his voice sneers, I don't hear any respect.
"This does not add up. There's no way anyone could have penetrated the box. Nor could the Nephilim have returned. I do not think the girl is telling the full truth."
Up until this point, I've been mostly numb. I wanted to find out what happened to my parents, and I hoped that answering all their questions would accomplish that. It's becoming clear that's not the case, and I've had enough. Rage builds inside me, boiling up from the new holes in my heart. Before anyone can ask me another inane question, I speak, my voice strong, firm, commanding. "I am not a girl, Ragathon. I am a woman with full agency and legal rights, and I do not appreciate being spoken to or about in this condescending manner." I make eye contact with each of the council members. "As for the rest of you, I'm done answering your questions. I've told you everything I know. This morning, I thought I had a normal life and normal parents. Now, my parents are dead. I am standing here covered in their blood." I see the Chancellor flinch. "I've been attacked, injured, beaten, and I've lost everything that mattered. I'm hungry and tired. I need a shower and time to mourn my parents and figure out what I'm going to do next. I don't owe you anything. I don't know any of you, and you don't know me. Whatever arrangement you had with my parents died with them. So unless you are taking me prisoner—" The Chancellor raises his eyebrows at that, and I continue. "And let me warn you, if that's the case, I will be seeking legal action against you and this school for condoning the capture and imprisonment of an innocent." I stare him down and continue. "Then I insist on being taken somewhere I can shower, eat, sleep, and grieve. Alone." I can feel Jack stiffen next to me. A stunned silence fills the room, and I wait, sensing my life hangs in the balance. Then the Chancellor chuckles and tugs at his beard.
"The girl, excuse me, the young woman is right. We've been treating our guest badly. We have enough information to start an investigation into this matter."
Ragathon interrupts. "But I have more questions." The Chancellor holds up his staff.
"We are done."
He looks at the other head, a challenge in his eyes, but Ragathon backs down.
"Jax, please show Miss Knight to a room, and make sure she has all she needs to be comfortable."
His eyes fall on me again, a knowing look in them.
"Miss Knight, please accept my condolences on the death of your parents. Whatever we can do to help bring their killers to justice, we will do."
I don't exhale until we leave the council room. My body goes limp, and I feel lightheaded and drained. Jax turns to me.
"I've never seen anyone talk to them like that and live to tell the tale."
He has a look of wonder in his eyes, but also fear. Of me? Of them? I don't know, and honestly don't care much right now. But I do have one question that's nagging me. That man, the middle one, the Chancellor, who is he? Something about him tugs at my mind. The way he looked at me. The way he laughed when I stood up to him. Jax's face is a study in neutrality.
"He's your grandfather."
Chapter 13. Breaking Grief. My grandfather? But he's dead. He died before I was born. I have no grandparents left. My dad's parents died a few years apart when I was a child, though I never got to meet them because they lived overseas. My mom's mother died when she was a teenager, and her father, he died while she was pregnant with me.
When your parents went into hiding, they cut off most of their ties with the orders. That included your grandfather.
Jax leads me through the halls of the castle as we talk. Have I ever met him? I ask. He shakes his head, running a hand through his dark hair.
No, your parents went into hiding before you were born.
While Mom was pregnant with me. All she had left was her father, and she cut off their relationship to protect this weapon. Something occurs to me. If my parents went into hiding, do I even know their real names?
Yes. They were never hiding from anyone specific. More like keeping the weapon somewhere no one would look. There was a chance they would live as plebes for life, and since there are many people called Marcus and Violet and Knight, they insisted on keeping their true names. They told me so themselves. You know my real name as well. It's still Jackson Lux.
I sigh, grateful for some truth in my childhood. As students from different orders walk by, staring at me, I become keenly aware of my sorry physical state. I must look like I've survived a battlefield. I guess I have. It's late for them to be up, isn't it?
We have different training exercises that run throughout the day and night.
A tall girl with red hair and the mark of the Teutonics on her tunic stares at me as she walks by. Jax tugs at my hand as he glares at her, blue eyes narrowed.
Move along, pure man.
He speaks in high language. I've never heard him do so except in jest. But he is serious now, and his words are poised. The girl's mouth snaps shut, and she hurries off as Jax increases his speed, and I rush to catch up. We enter a large hall with couches, chairs, and tables scattered throughout, and a huge hearth roaring with a fire. Above it hangs a tapestry embroidered with the Teutonic knight symbol. Only one student occupies the room, a long, lanky man reclining on a couch in one corner, a large leather book covering his face as he sleeps. Jax crosses the room and slaps his boot. The man jolts awake. Get to bed, Saunders. You'll be useless to me tomorrow otherwise. Yes, sir, he says and scrambles out one of the doors, not even sparing a glance in my direction, which I appreciate. You'll be given a room in the initiate's wing soon, Jax tells me. But for now,
You can have my room. I'll sleep out here. He leads me through the door on the east side of the hall and straight into a suite with a sitting area, a study area, and a bed. I see touches of the Jax I know in the room. His favorite baseball glove and ball sitting on his desk. A stack of comics I recognize from home. Jeans and t-shirts strewn about. Familiar pieces of a life that no longer exists for me. Mixed in with this are other items I've never seen. A sword with the Teutonic Knight symbol engraved on the pommel. A ring bearing the same mark. 2 sets of armor on dummies in the corner. 1 light and 1 heavy. Pieces of his life I never knew existed. Jax clears his throat and grabs a towel and some clothes from the closet. I know these will be too big, but they're clean. I accept them. The smell and feel so familiar to me. These are the sweats he always wore when we had movie nights at my house. When we'd fall asleep with the E-screen on, a bowl of popcorn between us, not waking until the next morning. The memory makes my eyes burn with the heat of unshed tears. Thank you, I say. He looks like he wants to say more, his face full of unspoken thoughts. I pause, waiting, but he just nods. Help yourself to anything. I'll be back with some food. He turns and leaves me standing alone in this half-strange, half-familiar space of memories. I walk to the bathroom and see my reflection for the first time, and tremble. It's not as bad as I thought. It's worse. I am bathed in blood. Not all of it is mine. Some of it belongs to my parents. I wait, expecting the pain to overtake me, but I buried it too deep for it to surface now. I pull out the token of strife from my pocket and the memory chip from my shoe, peel off my clothing, and drop the pile in the small wastebasket by the toilet. My hands are steady, numb. I look around for a place to hide my 2 treasures, settling on the box of tissues on the toilet. Turning to the mirror again, I stare at myself. My pale skin is covered in bruises, cuts, scrapes, and gashes. But the bullet wound I was most worried about has healed considerably. I realize this is the first time I've ever seen myself in color. I look different than I imagined.